Hello, everybody. So I should be live. Hopefully, you can hear me. I can hear too. At least I can hear myself. Um, yep. And now I hear an echo. So, all right, let me see if I can pop this chat out. Actually, I don't have to pop it up. I can just leave it right here. I'll just view myself on here. So, how's everybody doing today or tonight? I see we got Witches Girl in the house. We got Loveless AI. Hello. We got Pagan Naturalist. Hey, Pagan Naturalist. And we got Ryan Batista. And let me see. Put that out. Oh, good. So you can hear me too. Great. Good. Yeah. I just bought this blue microphone and I've been using it. I don't know if people have noticed the audio quality of my videos, if it's been any better or not. Hello, Tyler McGregor. So yeah, so definitely, hopefully the audio has been a lot better on some of my videos. So let me see here. Who would like to join me in the chat? Hey, Brandon. Hey, glad you can make it. Hey, Loki. Oh yeah, you have a Blue Yeti too? Yeah, it's great. Yeah, the quality is so much better. And yeah, because I had I don't know. One of the reasons why I also haven't been setting up my blue screen lately is that I use a lapel mic, and the lapel mic just doesn't get it just doesn't capture the audio good enough, and I have to take it into Audacity and just tweak the hell out of it. I mean, with this Blue Yeti, pretty much all I have to do is just like get a section of it that's quiet, and then copy that and just eliminate that, and that's pretty much about it. Hey, Moat, how's it going? And yeah, so with this Blue Yeti, I really don't have to do anything, and with the other one, I had to do all kinds of weird tweaking. Hey, Count Ianvel Daith. So let me see here. Where is this? So if anybody would like to join me, let me know. And I will send you an invite. The best way for me to send you an invite is via Twitter if you're following me. If not, then I'll have to get your email and send you the link that way. So yeah. So in the meantime, so one of the things I wanted to talk about with this hangout was, first of all, give an update on that group project that I started like at the beginning of this month, and it was just a fiasco. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out a video about what I was thinking with that group project, and then from there we can move forward, because it just wasn't clear enough. I didn't explain it well enough, and people were just like, what the fuck is he talking about? So I think I should do a video on it first, and then we can start working on the group project and getting people to send me footage. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? My camera is shissy. Your camera is shissy. All right, sounds good. I so want to join, but I'm so weird sometimes and never shut up. No comment there, Loveless. No comment. Christy McConnell. Hello, Christy. How are you doing? And yeah. So that group project I'll just hold off on, and when I actually create a video for what I'm thinking of, then we can move forward from that point. So don't worry about it. Hopefully you guys saw my video that I put out earlier today about the occult bookstore in Winnipeg. That's well, I mean, she's suffering from hate. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. They threw rocks through her window. They've been spitting on her windows. They've been harassing her. And hey, Witchy Nicole. And I want to, but I've been drinking. Probably not a good idea. I only drink. Well, if you get too rowdy, pagan naturalists, I'll throw your ass out. So don't worry about it. Let me see. So, pagan naturalist, do you want to join in? Let me know on Twitter. I think I'm following you on Twitter. If not, put your email in the chat and I'll send you the link. Hey, Witches Girl, do you want to join? Because I've met, I haven't really talked with you. Did the stream start already? Yeah, the stream started already. Loveless. But mine says live in 2 minutes. Oh, really? Huh, that's weird. I know I started a little early. I know I started like it. I think I still had like 5 minutes to go or something on that, and I just started because I just figured out. Okay, hey, Witches Girl. So let me send you. I think I'm following you on Facebook. Let me see if I can send you an invite via Facebook. Friends. I don't want to say your real name, so let me see here. I can find you. Okay, here you are. So let me see if I can message you, and I will send you the link via Facebook, Witchy Girl. So there you go. I just sent you the link. Hopefully, it's to the right one. Okay, let me. I'll invite you. Oops, there it is. Dang it. All right. Good. We'll get some people in here. That way I don't have to sit here and talk to myself. So, pagan naturalist, I just sent you an invite via Gmail. Loveless AI. All right, Loveless, I'll invite you, but you got to behave. Loveless, I don't have your email anymore. And Witchy Nicole, you want to come in? Okay, great. Let me. Loveless, send me your email again. And Witchy, send me your email address too. Unless I'm following you on Twitter. Let me see here. Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. Great. Thanks, Loveless. Let me invite you and paste. There we go. Whoops. Why is it not working? Okay. For some reason, let me see. Did I write it in wrong? What the hell, man. Yeah. For some reason, it's not letting me invite you, Loveless. Let me make sure I got your email address correct. Did tell no space. Ah, okay. Witchy Nicole at Gmail. Okay, let me see if that works. Dang it. Copy. What do I? Oh my God! Don't ask me that question. I actually did a video a long time on co-editing. Okay, let me see. Why is it doing this? Paste. This thing is being weird. Richie Nicole. Okay, let me try it that way. Copy. This thing is being weird. It's not letting me. It's not letting me invite people. That is bizarre. Bizarre. Let me see. What is this? That sucks. Let me Witchy Nicole. Let me try that. So it's is it Witchy Nicole at gmail.com? Let me try it again. I have it Witchy Nicole at gmail.com. Why is it not letting me do this? Let me try it again. Oh, here we go. There she is. Okay, good. So let me invite you. Oh, crud. Technology. Okay, hold on one second. Copy. All right, now, okay, so what I'll do is I will send you the link via Hangouts. The Witch's Girl. Okay, now let me try and figure out how to get Witchy Nicole in here. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. For some reason, there we go. Okay, now it came up Loveless. How do I join? The Witch's Girl, I think all you have to do is click that. I think that's all you have to do. Let me see here. Witch's Girl. Let's see if there's a way I can send you the invite via Google Plus. You know what? Let me see. Yeah, we're friends. Okay. All right, good. So let me see here. Try this again. There she is. Hey, how's it going, Witchy's Girl?
Doing good.
Hey. So now let me see here.
Are you live?
Okay, so Witchy Nicole, thanks. Let me try that again. For some reason, it was giving me a hard time earlier.
Oh.
Wasn't letting me invite people. Go, Witchy Nicole. Okay, Witchy Nicole, so I just sent you an invite.
Hey there, YouTube upside down there with you.
I don't hear you guys though. Maybe that's my setting. There we go. There we go. I got it. That was my fault. All right, now you're creeping me out.
I got a new toy today.
Oh yeah? What's a toy?
A toy.
Wait, what is it? Wait, let me focus on you for a second. What is it?
A Beyblade.
A what?
It's a spinny top thing that you fight with.
Oh, okay.
You fight with. This is the only way I can explain it to an old person. How's that for a tolerance show?
Looks like a toy.
It is a toy. Go to Walmart.
I could be able to hurt anybody with the toy.
Oh, it's got metal pieces, and I already got hit in the eye with it.
All right. Well, I guess you could throw it really, really hard and hit him in the eye. You might be able to get him to reel for a second. You probably just piss him off. I'd be like, oh, that's it, man. Now I'm really going to kill your ass. So let me see here. Okay, so I sent. Okay, Witchy Nicole, let me try sending it again.
Or are you having problems getting people back on?
I'm always having problems, but I think it's not my fault this time. Okay. So Witchy Nicole, I sent you the invite via Gmail. And Loveless, I also sent you the invite via Gmail. Beyblade. So yeah. So hey, Mad and Witches Girl, did you see that video I did earlier?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put a comment down there. We should actually have her on a Heathen Haven one of these days.
Okay.
I would really enjoy having her on, just to show her that there is support out there for her. That there are people out there who get it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys are gonna put me on Heathen Haven?
Not you.
Yeah.
Well, you're on his channel right now. See, so
Yeah.
yeah.
So quit being so greedy, the Witches Girl.
But no, there's this lady up in Canada.
Yeah.
Who she owns an occult shop.
Yeah.
And it was vandalized, and she's trying to
Loveless, I sent it through Google Gmail, whatever the email was you sent me. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
She tried filing for a hate crime. Canadian police aren't saying it's a hate crime; it's just vandalism. That's it.
Oh my god.
So,
Yeah.
which is bull, because she is a pagan and it's an occult shop.
Yeah.
And she's been getting harassed for years.
Oh wow.
That's a hate crime. In American law, that's a hate crime.
Oh jeez.
So they can piss right off of that.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the chat room, and so whoever wants to join can click that. But I think we can only have like 8 people in here. So, but I don't think everybody who wants to hang out is going to come in. So, all right. So I'm going to paste it into the. Close that. I'm going to paste it into the chat, so people. There we go. So that's to connect to this live hangout. All right, there we go. So yeah, so the why is it always focusing on me? So yeah, that the thing in Canada, the thing with Canada is they don't have the same laws as us. So apparently, what it is hey, there she is. Hey, Witchy Nicole.
Hey.
So what was I talking about? So their laws are different from ours.
Yeah.
Here in America, Wicca is a religion, and it's treated as such. Long time ago, back in the 80s, there was a push through Circle Sanctuary to actually get Wicca established as a religion.
Oh.
In Canada, hey, Loveless, in Canada, they do not recognize witchcraft or Wicca as a religion.
Yeah.
So that's why it's not a hate crime, because they don't consider witchcraft to be a religion.
Yeah.
So that's the story with that. But I mean, I think it's bullshit, because it's still, in my opinion, they must have some kind of a harassment law or stalking law or something like that, because you can't just target an individual, which essentially they are.
Yeah.
She owns the shop.
Yeah.
She works in the shop.
Right.
So.
Oh, sorry. You can go ahead.
That's okay. So I mean, I was pretty much done. That was pretty much my thought.
Personally, from my point of view, it's disgusting what those people did. Who in the world? Huh? Who in the world urinates on a door? Like, are those people retarded or are they stupid? And then also, what gives them the right to start taking rocks and throwing it at windows? How would you feel if pagans start going all around smashing your windows and smashing your crap? That wouldn't be so good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, to be quite honest, Loveless, I think we're a little bit beyond that point. I mean, like,
Oh,
I really don't care why they're doing it. I mean, I know why they're doing it because they think that, hey, because they're assholes.
Yeah, they
But
are.
my thing is that you need to be able to protect yourself and your livelihood and your business, and that's the really the crux of the argument, in my opinion, is that she doesn't need to have this kind of abuse, and she doesn't need to put up with kind of shit.
I agree.
So anyhow, so she has a GoFundMe page where she's trying to raise money up to not only replace the windows yet again a third time, but also install a security system, which I think is what she needs. In that video from CBC, it looked like there was a camera that was across the street. I don't know if the police are able to get that camera and take a look at the footage to see who vandalized the property.
Yeah.
They won't.
So let's see, who do we got in here? We got Witchy Nicole, we got Witch's Girl and Mad Witch, we got Pagan Naturalist, Loveless Loki, and I don't know who this person is here. Ryan. Hello, Ryan. How's it going?
Good. Being in Kansas.
The Witch of the
Being in
Bog.
Kansas.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I live in the Bay Area. I forget that there are parts of the United States where you can't be out as a pagan, and definitely not out as anything else.
Well, that sounds like discrimination.
Yeah,
Well, and it
I don't know.
is.
Yeah, it is discrimination.
I guess I don't care where I'm at in the world. I still let everybody know that I'm pagan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I'm like, I'm pagan, so if you don't, please don't do the whole religious talk with me.
Right.
Right.
That's like the biggest
But it
upside
sounds
down
like-
in Las Vegas is like they just don't care here.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Well, see,
Yeah, Las Vegas is definitely. I think Las Vegas is definitely more progressive. I think like California, Nevada, Seattle, New York,
Salem.
Chicago. Most of the big cities are most populated areas are pretty open. But when you get to like small communities, like in the Midwest,
Yeah.
where I mean it's like heavy duty Bible Belt. It's like
Holy.
if you don't go to the same church that they go to, they treat you differently.
I live 3 blocks from BYU. So I live in a big, wow, it's not a big Mormon community, but it's 99.99% Mormon.
You're right.
personally, for me, in my area, even though it's like in a very progressive part, a lot of the people are so religious that there's rumors about me going around that I'm a devil worshiper. I'm like,
Oh, I had that problem out of my own family. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
They asked me straight, "Are you a Satanist?" And I'm like, "No." Just because I have my pentagram on.
I live in Washington, and I think the only place up here that's not as open as you would think. We are so close to Portland, you would figure that we were a lot more out there. Actually, there's a lot of people who are pagan in Vancouver, Washington.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who do not say anything because we are more or less still shunned here.
Yeah.
And we have like one whole new age store. But when you say Salem, you got to realize there's Salem, Massachusetts, and then there's Salem, Oregon.
Ah, right.
You don't want to be pagan in Salem, Oregon.
why?
You just don't.
No.
What's gonna happen?
There is a lot of people there that are very superstitious religious, and
Oh my God.
honestly, you have people who will do the same thing that happened to that shop owner there
Yeah.
to you than things that happen day to day. And most police will just look at it like, oh, it's no big deal. It's not a hate crime, because even though we do live in the U.S., there are still places that don't consider being pagan or Wiccan or even a witch as a religious group.
Right.
So they don't
Right.
see it as necessary to classify under a hate crime.
yeah, well,
Oh,
Yeah, but the thing about America is that it does fall under religious discrimination. if you were Wiccan, especially because it's definitely a religion, you can definitely argue for anything else like witchcraft, paganism, even Jediism or whatever, because it would fall under a certain type of religion, even though
It would fall under
it's
New Age.
debatable. Huh?
They have it under New Age belief systems.
Right. So
Um,
like if you got fired from your job and they were able to meet all the requirements that they're supposed to under federal guidelines, and they terminate you because they can't let you get off holiday, like Samhain or Beltane or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they end up firing you for basically religious discrimination. You could hire a lawyer and sue them. It would be expensive, might cost you, but you could do it.
Yeah, I mean, though my employer likes the fact that I said, hey, I can work any holiday, but I just want these few off that barely anyone ever asked for off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's Mormon, and he's more inclined to have me off holidays than he is anyone else. So
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and you deal with a lot of that in the smaller communities, though, because there's a lot of ignorance just due to lack of exposure. Like they've lived in their little bubble for so long. So many of these new concepts are just so overwhelming to them. They don't know how to function and take it. And I've dealt with that. I mean, I've lived all over the country, and I've dealt with that with even with racism. And it's so funny because I don't, I mean, I'm brown. My dad's Hispanic, but I've lived in small communities where, I mean, they were brutal. They were so brutal to me because I was the dark one. I was like the darkest person in the school, and I was, the only person with any kind of color to my skin. And it was a shock. I was like, what? Because as a little kid, I lived here, and I'm like, excuse me? Like, I'm like the whitest brown person I know. So, yeah.
The whitest brown person.
So it was so foreign to me. And I experienced that on that level, which is so weird. But yeah, I mean, and that's a lot of it is just ignorance and lack of exposure.
Yeah.
It doesn't excuse it, of course not. But I mean, you see a lot of that in the smaller communities.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that's why big cities, like if you have an area with a large population, you have such a diverse society that people grow up. It's like you're used to it. You grow up and you live with these people, and so you're used to it. But like smaller communities where like they see a brown person, they're like, it's like a shock to them. And then there's like, I think it's harder for them to kind of break through that barrier of that racism, because it's something that's not familiar to them, even though they might not be racist, but they still have that like, they still kind of treat you differently.
That kind of like knee-jerk reaction because it's something new and different to them, and it's not even like, sometimes it's not even meant as an outside thing. Just like we had somebody come stay with me for a short time that his family is Baptist. He's homeschooled. He has no exposure to the outside world whatsoever. And he ended up coming to stay at my house and walked in and freaked out. You're pagan? Needless to say, he's back with his family now.
He's like, get me the fuck out of here.
Like
all of these small communities sound like cults.
Well, you got to realize, so a lot of times they are kind of cultish because everybody goes to the same churches and everybody's like related somehow. Everybody's like cousins and nephews.
Inbreeding.
Well, yeah, I mean, in some of the smaller communities, but not only that, but
they just know everything too. They know everybody.
Yeah,
they know the mailman. They know
really tight knit. Yeah,
the grocery store. They know everybody.
People don't even know what the hell I am.
They're also the communities that like if anything happens, like if somebody is sleeping with somebody else or whatever, everybody knows about it.
Hate lives in a small town.
Well, it's like they're bored, and you get like the older generations that are like retired and stuff, and they're home all the time, and they just sit out on the front porch sipping their lemonade, talking about all the neighbors.
They're always looking through the window. What's going on over there?
Walking their dog, the cars and driveways and stuff. Yeah.
It's almost like you can't walk out your house without about 1,000-something eyes just staring at you and then talking.
Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing really going on. It's not like, I mean, like here, it's like we've got like a lot of cultural stuff and all the gambling and casinos and everything. Because these small towns, and they don't have very much like recreationally. So it's like, what do you do? Well, you gossip, What do you
honestly, nowadays, nothing is private. People put their whole lives on the internet.
I lived in a small town. If you can find Nucla or Natarita, Colorado on a map, then you'll understand that you went to middle school in Natarita, you went to high school and elementary school before they closed the elementary school in Nucla. The elementary school is now the middle school, and the middle school is now with the high school.
Yeah,
It's that small.
Yeah, I went to middle school in Needles, California. Trust me.
Oh, honey,
I've been
sorry.
to Needles. I've been to Needles.
Yeah.
I have to. I've been to.
Are you okay?
Yeah, that place is quite the experience, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I went to middle school in South Ozone Park,
Oh wow.
New York.
Oh, I also lived in Deadwood and Leeds, South Dakota.
Dear Lord, woman, stop going to bumfuck nowhere.
Going back to Vegas. I'm like, I've had enough. Thank you.
Just housing in nowhere.
She's like, what is the smallest town in the U.S. I have not been?
Centralia.
I forgot which way.
Oh no, don't bring up that Centralia. That was just a mess.
Yeah, I'd rather deal with all of the crime and the traffic and the craziness here in Vegas than deal with any of that ever again. Like I vowed to never live in a smaller
Like they
town.
say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Oh, the funny thing is, though, is even here, like it's like a small town because, like, my family's, I mean, we've been here since I was a baby, and I still to this day will run. Every time I leave the house, I run into somebody I know. I don't care what part of town I go to, I see somebody I recognize, and you just hope for some kind of anonymity. I go to a different grocery store every single day of the week and run into 10 people that I've seen before and know. I mean, it's like they're everywhere. So
wow.
Yeah, jobs and everything. You just constantly. Well, I used to work for a temp agency, so I, was around a lot of different places. But it's so weird to still see people all the time, and it's like, how as many people as there are? Why?
They say this world is so big,
Las
but the
Vegas.
world is so small.
You find out that Las Vegas is like a really small town, and if all tourists actually left it, there's only like a couple hundred people.
If all the
live
people
there.
in California go home to California and all the tourists like leave from like there's like this bare bones little tiny little community that everybody knows everybody's business. I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you live in Las Vegas, the city?
Right now, I'm actually staying in North Las Vegas.
Okay.
Cheaper rent, but I lived downtown for several years. I lived like right in the middle, like right a couple blocks off Fremont Street between there and the Strip, and like the Huntridge neighborhood. But I grew up on the east side. I've lived I've lived as many places in the valley as I have lived around the country. So, and it's funny because like everybody looks at North Las Vegas and go, "Oh, the crime," and it's so terrible. But it's quiet. It's pretty quiet. As long as you're in a house, like apartment complexes, I don't care what part of the valley, all the apartment complexes are bad here now. Like my mom pays like $1,500 a month for this high-end luxury apartment with a gated it's a gated community with like they have a guard there 24 hours. They still have crime. They still have cops usually sitting in front of there.
Yeah.
No matter where you go, there's going to be crime everywhere.
Yeah. We have neighbors that set off fireworks. That's about as bad as it gets in the little pocket that I live in now. It's like, whatever.
It's not so bad.
This one is like we have a really bad problem with heroin here.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well,
Sounds like most towns.
Well, they just legalized marijuana in Nevada, and now every time you go out anywhere, like that's all you smell. Like it's just in the air.
Yeah, that kind of.
Well, there's a lot of people that like that.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I think they should just legalize drugs. Period. But I think that there has to be some kind of control. Like you can't just walk down the street smoking a joint. I think you have to like. Kind of like in Amsterdam, you have to like maybe do it in cafes or do it at home, but don't walk down the street smoking it.
Well,
but there's a lot of people. How could the government control that many people in just one small area?
Well, and here,
it's not up to the government. The police would do it.
Oh.
It would be just like you walking down the street drinking a beer. You can't. Well, in some cities you can't do that.
Well, like here, the law here, it's supposed to be indoors, and you're not supposed to be able to like go down the street doing it or whatever. And it's still like if you're driving, it's a DUI or whatever.
Yeah, right.
Enforcing that right now would be virtually impossible. Like we would have to like double up on our police force just to even just scratch the surface on that. So.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's not worth it just to bust some kids for smoking dope. But I mean, it's really up to the individual. Like, you know, if you're gonna smoke pot, at least do it, you know, off the street. I mean, it's like people who are gonna drink; they'll go off to the side to go in an alleyway and drink or whatever. But
a
to
little
walk
bit
down
of discretion,
the street,
you know. I mean, just a little
yeah,
bit of discretion. Just
exactly.
like me, I don't. I mean, I'll go down to Fremont, and because it's like enclosed and it's like, you know, that little Fremont Street Experience area, like they have the yards. Like I said, I don't drink very often, but I'll go down there and I'll get a yard, you know, and we'll walk around for like 4 or 5 hours and you know, drink there. But as far as like just wandering around up and down, I'm gonna go to 7-Eleven to grab a 40. No.
Honestly, when I'm gonna go out, I don't stay in my area because there's a lot of people that go to my school that actually live around here, and they start taking photos, and some of them start videotaping me for some stupid reason.
Oh no.
it's the day and age we live in. Everyone's going to record everything, and it's how to screw people over actually going, hey guys, I saw so-and-so doing this last week. Want to see?
Yeah, but down here, you don't film people. They'll come over and take your camera from you. They'll beat you up. You don't do that.
Oh, but here, I mean, just like I was in Smith's with my middle son earlier today, and we were joking, we were taking pictures because it was like some funny like labels and stuff we saw, and there was like 3 people walk past us. What it was like on Facebook Live, and then somebody else was like recording, and somebody else was like FaceTiming with somebody. Like you see that all the time here. Everybody's got their phone up, you know, like sharing.
Well, especially in Las Vegas. I mean, yeah, in downtown San Francisco, there's people filming everything, but I'm talking like down in the Tenderloin where the guys sell crack, because people want to film them like selling crack, and so that's what it is. So,
would you like some crack?
They actually have have police cameras downtown here. They have poles up and there's little red and blue lights flashing, and it's a little dome camera where they watch the streets. They do that in a lot of the neighborhoods here, like the really bad areas of town. They've actually set up 24-hour video surveillance that the police monitor. So
yeah, and it actually does cut down on the crime.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, it just shoves it places where no one can see.
Right,
yeah, pretty much.
Like here in Ashland, if you're caught drinking, you'll get a fine, or if you're driving, you'll get a fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and kind of like what Pagan Naturalist was talking about earlier. It's like you can walk down the street drinking a beer. It's like no police is going to bother getting out of their car and harassing you for that. They got better things to do. Same thing with smoking pot. I mean, there's people who shoot up in the street, and the police don't bother them.
What they do here is it's like something they'll tack on if you're doing something worse. You know, like if you're speeding and they pull you over and you're, you know, have open a container or you're smoking weed or whatever.
Oh no!
You know,
don't get me started on speeding.
Then you're probably going to jail.
Yeah, you are. But you know, I mean, that's like if you're walking down the street, if you're just cruising down the street drinking, nobody cares. But if you walk up and start a fight with somebody, well, now you also had an open container and you're
exactly.
Disturbance.
Yeah. So they set it on.
Yeah, you have to be doing something else. You know, I mean, like if you're overt about it, like a police car like drives up and you're like sitting there drinking, like, hey, what the fuck you gonna do? Then they'll probably say something. But if you're just like, if you're kind of discreet about it, the police are just gonna. They don't care. They got better things.
That's when you ask them if they would like one too. Actually, no, that gets your ass in more trouble. Don't ever do that. Trust me.
They can't even get intoxicated on the
biological
job.
father do that. I've watched my biological father do that. It was great.
Let's see what the comments are saying.
Oh,
yay, more stuff on WordPress.
So.
Oh.
Yeah, but here in San Francisco, we have a bad crack problem, a lot of crack, and heroin. People shoot up. I think it's probably meth and heroin, but you'll see like needles in the street.
Oh joy!
Yeah, we have a lot of homeless people here, and you see that a lot. You see a lot of just you can tell where people are like shooting up in the alleys and stuff. Of course, we also have a lot of people just like sleep out on the sidewalk. They have like this whole like tent city area down like off Main Street and Las Vegas Boulevard where they cross, and there'll just be tents lined up, and people will be right out there on the sidewalk, like shooting up and stuff. I mean, that's not unusual to see here.
I thought they lived in like the sewer system, like they lived underground.
Oh
No,
yeah,
that's-
we
that's
have some here
Chud.
too. We have some under the strip here.
Yeah.
We have that too. I mean, they're everywhere here. We've got a big, and then like we had during our rainy season, anything more than a sprinkle and it all floods. So it brings everybody.
I could imagine the amount of blood in that pipe.
But-
Yeah, but they have like, well, we have a pretty bad homeless problem, but I think it's pretty much throughout the United States. They have a pretty bad homeless problem.
We have homeless camps. Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Homeless camps.
Yes.
Is that where they like go to sleep and they take care of them or something?
No, actually, the
it's-
homeless camps in Portland, they sometimes take about a block corner, and they pretty much build up a semi-permanent residence, and they pay what they can to the community for it. But those places can be riddled with more drugs and prostitution than Vegas is one corner of the street. And that's the problem. And Portland has a huge homelessness problem, and it's bleeding over to Vancouver, and it's bleeding more into Washington and other parts of Oregon because of the fact that they don't stop the problem. They, I hate to say this, they are really big in helping the homeless. They really are. It's really great. But here's the problem. If you help people too much, they'll become dependent on your help and refuse to do anything for themselves.
Yeah, it's there's a couple of problems. That the main problem, first of all, is mental illness and drug use. Those are the two big issues. Most of the people who are homeless have mental issues. They can't really take care of themselves, or they're drug addicted. So they really have to do that. Then the next thing you have to do is to have affordable housing for them. That's the other trick.
Yep.
So you have to have affordable housing where they have a mailing address and a phone. Of course, now everybody has a cell phone, so you don't really need that. But definitely mailing address, a place to take a shower. So it's and then you have some people who have serious mental issues that can't take care of themselves, and those people are very hard to deal with.
Well, and we really don't take care of our mentally ill people in this country.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Asylum in the 80s and 70s.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have family or friends to take care of you, and you have a serious mental illness,
you're screwed.
You're out on the street. You're eventually just going to die.
That actually reminds me of something. There's a YouTuber named Mr. Katia, and she sometimes makes these 40-second long videos, sometimes ranting on about her day. But then when you look down at some of her earlier videos, there are actually some things that are doing some really strange stuff, such as like biological warfare, which literally screams at the camera at the top of her lungs.
See, my mother-in-law in St. Paul, they it's my husband's uncle. He owns the church that's right next to the St. Paul Capitol, and they do like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday is they help the inner city kids and they tutor them, and then they also do like a dinner for them on those nights. So like if they have somebody that's homeless and stuff like that come in, they also feed the homeless when it comes to that. Plus, when it comes to like on the last, I think it's the last Saturday of every month, they have a good neighbor meal, and it's for all the homeless people that are in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area.
Yeah,
that's sweet.
But that again is just kind of gets them fed. I mean, if like let's say if they have any kind of county assistance or state assistance, that money, whatever they have, can go into food or drugs or whatever it is that they have a priority for. Sometimes they can get like a hotel room for the night, but what they need permanent housing. They need affordable housing. That's the key. Being able to feed them, giving them $5, $10 here and there doesn't really do anything in the long run. All it does is just get them through like one more day.
Yeah.
or whatever.
The bad thing is
You know?
that sometimes people take advantage of that and they start to abuse the system. And then there'd be others that actually really do need it. And then they literally have to keep on wasting so many years of their life and until the day they die.
Yeah, but that's a percentage of those people. There's a percentage of those people who are going to abuse the system.
So,
That's in anything.
see, and
I
I think
know.
my mother-in-law, she works at Anoka State Hospital, so she works as she's a for mental ill patients and everything. So they understand all of that, and that's the reason why that they help a lot of the community down in St. Paul, is because there's a lot of like mental patients and stuff living on the streets, and that's why she likes doing stuff like that.
Yeah, because I mean, some people are they have such severe mental issues that they can't even like concentrate long enough to go into a place and get a meal.
Yeah.
Hope I
They're
don't end up like
digging
that.
in garbage cans, eating whatever they can. They're running on like instinct.
And
That's not good for them.
it's
Yeah, it's just-
sad because people overlook them, the ones that actually need the help.
Well, it's uncomfortable to look at them.
Yeah.
You don't want to
Yeah.
recognize them, you know? It's difficult.
Yep. See, when you're in Colorado Springs and you sit there and you go down Nevada, that's where all the homeless people hang out there. And there was this it's on the corner right by where the park is, and everybody smokes weed at that park.
Yeah.
And
What's Colorado?
It's a street.
so because my in-laws do a whole bunch of charity work and stuff like that through the churches and everything, my husband is like, when it comes to homeless people, he don't care what they go spend their money on, but he'll still hand them money and say, hey, go buy you a beer if you want one, you know?
Right.
My husband handed him a homeless guy $20. The homeless guy was sitting there going, "Are you sure?" And my husband said, yeah, he was trying to give it back. He was being really polite and stuff like that. And he's like, my husband's like, "Go buy you a beer, go buy you a bottle, you know, go do."
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You know, because there was like little motels, and they were doing a nightly rate for like $19.95 that night. And he's like, go and get you a night at the little motel right there down the street and stuff like that. We went into the restaurant, and almost 90% of everybody in there gave us a hard time for giving that guy money. And my husband's all,
But
why would they care?
Your husband's right. I mean, it's really up to the guy. If he wants to spend $20 on booze, he can do that. If he wants to spend $20 on food, I mean, it's really up to him. He has that choice, you know?
Yeah.
like, because all the homeless people hang out in Colorado Springs. It's the business section. So that's where you got the bigger bankers and the lawyers and city halls over there. And like, so when we went in there and everything, I guess like they were having lunch or something. So everybody's like, I can't believe you did that. And even the store owner, he's like, now you're going to get this homeless guy come in, and he's going to try to buy dinner and stuff like that. I was like, so are you getting the $20? Well, it wasn't his $20.
Right.
But like,
Yeah,
why
yeah,
should these
it's 'cause it
people
was
care
given to-
what you do?
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, well, he's not coming into my shop. And I was like, well, then we're not coming into your shop either.
Yeah, really.
No.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of like giving your husband a hard time because they feel guilty, probably.
That
Probably.
actually reminds me of a what would you do scenario.
What was that?
It reminds me of a what would you do scenario. You know about the show What Would You Do by John Quinones, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, you know, and because I mean, homelessness is a pretty bad problem. I know here in San Francisco, I worked in a place that what we did was we got permanent housing for people who were chronically homeless. But there was a way that people got into our system, and basically you had to get a referral from a shelter. So you'd have to check into a shelter, get like a 30-day bed, 60-day bed, 90-day bed, or whatever, and then you would work with a counselor, and the counselor would get you a referral to us, and then we would get them housing in what's called an SRO, and they would have permanent housing for, however long they can maintain that. But a lot of people did not want to go into a shelter. They were like, "Oh, I'd rather be out on the street." It's like
The bad thing is that
Okay.
these processes take so long.
Yeah, well, it's like
they do take a long time.
Ay.
yeah, it's like the
See,
shelters here.
I would go to a homeless shelter and not live on the streets. I would be in a homeless shelter where I can get fed better and be taken care of. And
The dangerous thing is that you do not know who you're going to be sleeping next to because you don't know any of the people up in there and they don't know you.
Yeah.
Well, it's like here they have like a check-in time, and then they have to be up and out at a certain hour.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
if you have a job and you're, because like I have a friend that is actually just moved in as a roommate somewhere because he's done with trying to stay in the shelter, but he doesn't make enough money at his job to afford rent, and he got kicked out of the place he was living at, so he went down to the shelter. Well, he gets off work at like 10, 11 o'clock at night, has to take the bus, gets there at like midnight. They allow him to come in late because he has a job, but at 6 o'clock in the morning, he's out regardless. So no matter what, I mean, if he works late, if they hold him over for overtime, then he's still, he'll only get as many hours up until 6 o'clock. So,
Okay.
and they offer like 4 meals here a day. With shelters,
nice.
but just like for to get a bed there at night, they do a breathalyzer, and if you have alcohol in your system, they won't let you stay the night. If you look like you're intoxicated anyway, they won't let them stay.
Right.
So I mean, there's certain little hoops and stuff, and a lot of these people, if they could jump through those hoops, they wouldn't be homeless in the first place. I mean,
Right.
And that's the hard part. And then,
but there are situations, where people become homeless, kind of not their fault.
Yeah, well, like with him, it was kind of stupid. He was staying with his mom. She has a live-in caregiver, and that guy was like swindling his mom. And then he was like, "Well, no, you have to go." And it was just like this whole stupid situation. It was like just watching all these things like domino effect build up against him until he was just out of a place to live.
But that's all it takes is you get a couple of those dominoes lined up, and you're fucked. You're basically out on the street, no money.
No.
What are you gonna do?
Right.
Like if it wasn't for my husband, I'd be on the street because I pay for one child $447 for child support, and I am so far I'm like almost $30,000 in debt with child support. So they take 65% of my paycheck, and I'm done.
Wow.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So it's like if I wasn't married, I'd be out on the street.
Yeah.
I feel bad for my husband because he's taking 90% of the bill,
Right.
Yeah.
That's a sucky situation. It's like in the 90s when a lot of people lost their homes when they had that housing bubble. I mean, people basically they saved money, they bought a home, they got a home, and then
they lost it.
Then and then they lost their job, lost their home. I mean, that's like, wow. I mean, that's really sucks.
Can I just ask this one question for everyone in the chat? Is any of your YouTube accounts monetized?
Yeah. No.
Yes.
Okay.
Mine, as far as I know, is not because I don't have enough followers or subscribers or whatnot. But
you have to have a minimum?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have to be apparently because I checked it. It said you had to be over at least 100.
Wow.
And I don't even have that many.
Yeah, I mean, all of mine are right over.
But last time I looked, but.
Well, do you have that for any of your other social medias?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because for a long time when I first started my channel, I wasn't monetized, and then I decided, I think at like maybe 500 or 400 subscribers, I'd monetize it.
Yeah, I monetized. I have 3 channels that are monetized, and I did it right off the bat. Plus, I have a blog that I monetized, and I did that right when they changed it because there was a point where you had to have like this ridiculous number of followers, subscribers before you could do it, and then they changed it where you didn't have to apply for the partnership. You could just openly do it with your AdSense account. So I did that, and I've had that way for a while, and I think probably have. I guess everybody, like each one of my channels has at least 100, 150. That's it. I still get a check every month, so it's okay.
Yeah, hey,
that
works. That works.
What I've actually have noticed was that I recently started on an account called WordPress, and I've actually the last 3 days actually gained about 19 followers, and I'm gonna wait until it gets like 200 so I can actually monetize it. The bad thing is that how do you monetize it? Well,
You have
I
to go
mean,
to
like,
your settings.
You know what that is? It didn't give me the option. I don't think. I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention to my account when I was setting it up.
Yeah,
I
there's
mean, like, do you have to like put your personal information, your age, and your date, and all this other stuff?
Well, in order to
yes,
get paid,
you have to.
yes.
Yes, you do have to give. Yeah, you have to because once you monetize it, they have to have like your information find it for you for tax reasons, and also I think you have to link a bank account and some other stuff. So yeah, you do have to do that. But they keep all that information private.
But I thought they already have that where you already make the account. Then they have
No.
your IP address.
Not
They
enough to
have,
do that.
they have to have you. They have to have your name. I think your social security number. I'm not too sure, and a bank account.
Yeah, for AdSense, yeah, because they give you tax documents, so they
Yeah.
have to have your social in order to do that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I didn't make any money. I mean, it because you only get paid out when you hit like $100.
Yeah.
That's the minimum. So it can take a long time to get that $100 the first time.
Yeah.
Unless you have a huge channel.
It took me like 4 years to get that first one, and then after that, it was pretty steady. I was getting like monthly checks, and then I dropped off the planet like 6 months ago.
Oh, see,
So
that was a mistake.
I was like, the last check I got was December, and I'm like so bummed about that.
I'll tell you what, ladies, I got a hint for you. Put your cleavage in your thumbnail. I'm dead serious.
No, because honestly,
guys, if we could do that and get away with it, I would totally put cleavage into my thumbnails.
there's literally no point in putting like thumbnail and clickbait crap because then people are gonna start complaining, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, you saw a liar! Unsubscribe! Unsubscribe!"
But you know what? For each
I mean,
person that
just
subscribes to be
whatever
that
it
many
is.
more that do subscribe just because of the clickbait.
Yeah.
They'll
I've seen
click it.
people do that just because.
Yeah. They'll
All
click
you
it.
need is that click. You don't need their subscribing.
Oh,
You don't have to be misleading. Just kind of lean in a little bit, like,
Hey, big boys.
the thing is that personally, when I'm gonna try and do like advertising and ad revenue, I want to be the real deal. I don't want to be no fake artificial crap.
says the guy who has an anime icon who we never seen his fake.
Mine
I know,
is not
right?
fake.
The real deal, buddy.
I know,
You're
right?
right in there.
But no, I'm only saying when I eventually reach like 18 or like 20 something. I'm not saying now.
I have a whole like whopping 66 subscribers, so
I know.
I share more about my life online than I ever should. I really don't care.
I care about arts and crafts and my ranting. That's about it right now.
Yeah, it's like
The only thing you
videos of my cats and then me complaining about random things. It's like
the only
I
thing
have
you
funny
mostly
videos.
And then you complaining about your cats.
the only thing you'd mostly find on me is mostly just my Tumblr, which has like a lot of poetry and all kinds of origami art. And the same thing with my Instagram.
You know, the videos that I make money on though are my DIY videos and like fixing things. I fixed a headset and a controller and a couple other items that I busted because I break a lot of things. I have 3 boys, so we're always breaking things. So I just get out my GoPro and record whatever I'm fixing, and yeah, those make me money. And I don't really like
Wow,
there's
that's good.
bait to it. It's just like
So, so how many channels do you have? You have 3 channels?
Yeah.
And then how many subscribers do you have for each one of those channels?
I only have because like my Disruptive Girl channel only has like 100 and I think I right at 200 subscribers on that one.
Okay.
But because of the nature of the videos that I make money off of on there, like I said, it's like how to fix a Bluetooth headset, you know, how to fix an Xbox controller, stuff like that.
So you get a lot of views.
Yeah, I get a lot of views. I don't have that many subscribers, so
Yeah.
but I still get
Okay.
the money off
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it. And it's like, eh.
Yeah, because that's actually really because you make money on the views, not necessarily subscribers.
Yeah.
It's all that important. It's views.
Yeah, I mean,
Views and
that's-
then watch length time.
yeah, and a lot of people get really confused because they think that if you know, a lot of subscribers means a lot of views, and no, not necessarily. Because like, there's a lot of channels
Exactly.
that I
Matter of
follow
fact,
that I just glossed right over. I don't even.
there's
mean to.
actually something I
Exactly.
also noticed. and this doesn't really apply for YouTube. This mostly applies for Instagram. There's actually sometimes links that you could follow where you could actually buy followers. I'm like, what is the point? Like, who are these people?
Yeah, because it doesn't do anything. I mean, it might fluff your numbers for a minute, but you're not actually getting any actual revenue from that. It's not really doing you anything. I mean, there's certain services like if you stream on Twitch or whatever, you have to have a certain amount of like active viewers and
Yep.
so the clickbait stuff kind of works for that to a certain degree, but it's not sustainable. I mean, what's the real point, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They have those sub for subs, and then I think there's sub bots too. And yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it in the end.
I
think-
can't.
Sorry.
Yes. What was you saying?
I think that the mindset of saying that you have so many people following you and that you have like, oh, X amount of followers, X amount of subscribers will get people to go, hey, if so many people are following them, I want to see what it's all about.
Yeah.
It's a better type of clickbait.
Yeah, maybe.
But what
I mean, I've seen some channels that have like 150 subscribers, and I'm watching their content, and I'm like, who the fuck watches this? I mean, it's like it's boring as hell.
I say that about my own channel, okay?
What I find that's so disturbing about humanity is that you could be famous for saying one word to just like cash me outside. How about that? But if you
throw me smack.
Please don't.
no, do you want to know what my? I actually made a remix of that. You know what my version is?
Huh.
Cash me outside on the street corner. How about that?
Oh.
You mean what you're going to be doing for a living?
What?
I'm sorry, that girl, I didn't understand what it was, and then my friend showed me the link to it. I'm like, somebody needs to hit her with a car.
It just reminded me why I'm glad I don't
know
watch Dr. Phil anymore. She was
like-
this girl that was on Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
And she like
Her speech.
she
Oh, I think I know who that is.
Did anyone ever
Okay.
see when she returned back and she dyed her hair red?
no.
No.
God.
What actually
Who watched
happened
Dr. Phil?
was that.
27
Sorry, what?
Who watches Dr. Phil anymore? It's 2017. Come on, guys.
Like honestly, when she actually roasted Dr. Phil, saying, "You was nothing when I came on this show," or something along those lines, and then there was actually some drama going on between her and some Musical.ly star, and those two literally kept on throwing curses at each other back and forth, and I was like, bruh.
You're 12, girl. You need to stop it.
These girls are 13 and they acted like they're freaking 21.
Yeah.
I will
And
say this much: it's
the other
lack
thing
of parenting.
that clicks is drama too. Like if you have drama going on, people watch that. They're all excited about drama.
But then
Yeah.
this is
I tell you
not,
what, though, if any of my kids acted like that girl, I would sure as hell not have no Dr. Phil. I'd be busting their ass.
no, they do not need no Dr. Phil. They need a doctor.
The doctor, yeah, really. Yeah, but going on Dr.
And we
Phil
ask
isn't
why I don't have children, and that girl is a prime example because I don't think my kids will live past a certain age if they ever said that to me.
No, no. You don't need to watch that girl not to have children. Watch Super Nanny. Then you start to wonder why you don't want to have children.
Or I just look at the political system that we live in, and I go, "Yep, no kids."
Hey,
That's
Yeah,
okay. I
some
got you
people
covered. I
have
got 4
kids, and
kids
I
and 3
swear they don't
grandkids,
do
okay?
anything.
and then actually, there's this YouTuber that I'm following. Her name is Joy Sparkle BS, and she makes videos about a YouTuber that's been on YouTube for quite some time, and his name is Onision.
Oh
Mhm.
God,
She's
that
actually called him out on a lot of stuff,
I know
such
his
as
mom.
his
Yeah.
psychological abuse on women, how he body shames, and how he actually makes a lot of BDSM/torturing references.
But he makes a lot of money because it's all about the drama, and that's what gets him the views. That's why.
And that's the bad
He
thing.
does what he does.
But here's the pattern that he does. He says that he's sorry and that he'll stop, and then he goes back and does the whole thing all over again.
It's
I
just
don't
feeding
think
into
he's
the
ever
drama.
apologized. I don't think so. I don't think he's.
He
I don't
apologized.
really watch him, but I know
He'll
what you're
admit
saying.
to being wrong with things, but it's all a part of the whole, like, just that clickbait scheme of keeping the drama going. He's always done that. He's done that since he started YouTube. I've been watching him for years.
But you know,
I
when I
Same
look,
routine.
actively avoid
What
the videos. Active.
whatever I do is that, and sometimes because of the crap that happens on YouTube, I sometimes don't even use American internet. I sometimes go on either Daily Motion or Yoku, and those are both French and Chinese companies.
Huh.
And you don't see any of that crap on there. You mostly see it's just copied videos, and that's it.
Hey, Levels, what is your channel? Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yes, I do. I have like a few cover videos, but other than that,
What do you
there's nothing
do
on
on
there.
those channels?
Well, originally I was going to be like an anonymous artist that just posts weird stuff on there. But then I kind of just wanted to broaden it out a little bit and just become like a small little YouTuber in general.
Do you do anything on paganism or witchcraft?
I actually don't, because because if I was to actually grow the channel and when people start to take notice and when people in real life start to know who I am, I just don't really want to have like personal things about me being spilled all over the place.
So
That's
why do you watch my channel out of curiosity?
Well, I mostly because I've been practicing like paganism and witchcraft for like 3, maybe 4 years. And I pretty much just like to connect with others that are in some way similar to me.
Okay. I was just curious.
Oh, everyone has to have some sort of curiosity.
Well, no, I was just thinking about that. I was like, wait a second, what? Does he have a pagan channel? Like,
And actually,
why the hell is he watching me?
the bad thing was that my last account, the one that you pretty much will probably recognize, which was like Witchy User 777 or something like that. What happened was that I actually had to delete the email associated with that because there was a situation that happened at school and the police was about to be called. And long story short, I just couldn't keep it up.
Oh, that sucks.
How old are you?
16. How about you?
Wow.
I'm 20.
So many young viewers.
You
Well, I'm
all
not a
make
young
me
viewer.
feel old. Thanks.
Don't worry, I'm not a young viewer.
Or crocheting.
Oh my
And
god, I'll be 40 this year. Oh my
Oh my God, 30?
40.
Have you picked out a casket yet?
I'll be 40.
Ay,
I'll be 40 and I have, like I said, I have 4 kids and 3 grandkids. So
aw.
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I already have like tons of nieces and nephews.
Well, my sister's about to pop out on my knees, so she's actually in the hospital right now. She's only 4 centimeters dilated, and my mom's like, "She just needs to squirt this kid out." We've been here for like 2 days almost.
But you know,
Put me under.
I love my
Give me a
mom.
C-section. Get this thing out of me.
ay,
I enjoy my kids, but I'm glad that the baby having days are over. I am so glad that's all behind me now. It's been 10 years. I'm done. I'm happy with that. Yeah, grandkids are great because you can send them home to mom. Yeah.
the only thing,
Yeah, kids are great if you don't have to deal with them.
Right.
I
'Cause
changed
really,
a lot of
who
diapers. I
wants
put
to
my
deal
time
with-
in.
who wants to lose a lot of sleep and a lot of their face taking care of a child that's going to be crying all day and all night, and you will hardly get any sort of sleep?
Well, and then you're like, okay, well, they're past the crying, and then you have to start into all the other stuff. School's expensive.
Yeah.
And
hobbies
after
are
that, you have to have
expensive.
doctor's appointments, dentist appointments, make sure
growing.
they have their shots and all that other stuff.
I
It's
homeschool my
almost-
kids, but my youngest one's in Taekwondo, and that's like 3 days a week that I have to go and do the whole, soccer mom routine down to that place and deal with that. Then I just had to buy another computer, like spend a grand on another tower because he broke his computer, but I
Oh,
also
wow.
use a PC and I have a Mac. So I was like, well, I don't want to buy him another computer because I don't want to reward him for breaking the last one, but I need a PC because there's stuff I can't do on my Mac. So I'm like, because he's 9 and he thinks that he's like this super hacker modder guy.
Pretty much. When I was little, and especially at that age, the only game I'd actually play is just Wizard 101. That's it.
Oh, he plays
Oh, no.
everything.
I
He
play like the
downloads
Oregon
everything.
Trail. Okay.
Hey,
What's that?
I used to love Oregon Trail.
Oh, no. Trail? Everybody gets dysentery.
What's that?
But I've only been out of the freaking house. I think for like 20 minutes. How did I get dysentery in less than 5 minutes? When I went and picked up 200 pounds of freaking buffalo beef.
You're like, oh no, level Donner's pass. No.
So wait,
Oh, no.
is that game like Minecraft or something? Like a very old version?
No.
Oh no, honey. Look
Google
up
it,
the
I'm telling
Oregon
you.
Trail video game, and these are back in the day where 3.5 floppy disk A was the
Oh,
only
wow.
thing in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
Yes, this is an old game, honey. I mean,
Oh,
come
yeah.
on, I'm 30.
I mean, like pretty much. I used to grow up with systems such as like the GameCube and PS2. Ugh, that did
Yeah.
not.
Yes, that was like on the old Apple II. Yeah, yeah. We had an Apple II.
And the really
Yep.
And the really funny thing is that I actually like last year had to replace a computer because I uploaded so many games into the thing that I actually broke it.
Dear Lord.
How many games is that?
And the
Destroyed
bad thing is
motherboard.
that most of these games did not come from America. They came from South Korea, China.
That's why.
Bubbles, you gotta be careful because a lot of their like especially
nowhere.
when it comes from like the Middle East actually comes with a lot of viruses. So you gotta be careful when you
Oh no, they
Oh.
weren't viruses. The thing was is that the games were too big. And they had like a lot of story mode, and the developers had to keep on making updates into the game, and because of the amount of players. That's why my computer couldn't keep up. It was like, I'm done.
Oh, you're doing MMO games like that then.
And really, like my most favorite game was Vindictus, and it's like a South Korean game.
Oh yeah.
I know which one
And
that is, and I can't even load it on my computer, so.
the only character I actually would play is either Orisha or Eevee, because those two are actually the most OP in the game. The bad thing is that
RPG games are loveless.
What was that? What was that? Witchy's girl?
What about any RPG games like WoW or?
See, the thing is, I mostly just play just MMO. I don't play RPGs. Matter of fact, does Roblox count as an RPG?
No.
Depends on like what.
It's mostly because Roblox is like a website that contains a whole variety of games. You make like an avatar, you can communicate with other players, but the thing is that the game is not really geared towards like an older audience. It's mostly geared towards like children of like maybe like 10.
Yeah, my 9-year-old plays it. Yeah.
I hope my kids and have them explain everything that you guys are talking about. Have no clue what an MMO RPG.
I know.
The bad thing-
MMO is basically, World of Warcraft,
Massive multiplayer online.
EverQuest, those kind of games. EverQuest is really dating me right now. I used to play that in high
I
school.
did too.
So, the thing is it was one of the first ways you could play with other people online. And
And then webcams were invented.
oh god,
no.
we don't go into the webcams, okay?
Those things are terrible.
Oh, Google chat roulette. Never go on chat roulette.
Don't get me started with that website. Don't get me started.
Omegle and
Don't
chat
get-
roulette both.
There's enough videos about that site that makes you not want to go on that thing.
But you do anyways.
Morbid
Hi.
curiosity kicks in. Then you're hating
Nope.
yourself and washing your eyes for the next 3 days.
I'm not in
It's
no
like 4chan.
mood. Oh no. I'd rather use Reddit, not 4chan. That site is too disgusting.
Reddit
They
at
have-
least has some redeemable, subreddits. Like you can kind of go in there and avoid a lot of the crap.
I do like Reddit.
Which one? Which one? Reddit?
Yeah.
By the way, though,
I don't understand Reddit at all.
Reddit is mostly like a forum-based thing. It's not like you would say complicated. The thing is that you have to have a subreddit in order to like make a post, but that post has to correspond with that subreddit. Because if it isn't, then a robot that's assigned to like the subreddit automatically removes it.
Or it gets taken.
Yeah, I just don't understand the appeal of it.
Well,
I don't know.
the thing is
I know
that
what it is. I just don't understand what it's like.
when I was like looking
just no
through
purpose
some
to
of Reddit's old history from like 2015, I started to notice that there was like a few subreddits such as like fat people hate or like some gore sites that was like Reddit's subreddits that were taken off for some reason. But then there are like other hate sites that are still on there.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, it's just, oh yeah.
I was just gonna say because I did a video response to this guy who had this conspiracy theory about 9/11 being caused by witchcraft, and he gave me all these references to Reddit.
The thing is that
I was like, "What's your proof?" He's like, "Well, all these Reddit posts," and it was just like. It was just like the same bullshit that was like passed on from some book.
That's like saying Wikipedia is a credible source.
But
Well, at least Wikipedia will give you links.
And you know,
you can look at the bottom of a Wikipedia page and it'll say what book and what page and all that.
Yes.
Reddit was just like, well, this is just my opinion.
See, there's actually something really different I actually did. So I was actually on Tumblr recently. Well, not recently because I've been on that. I've been using the site since 2014 and I have many different accounts. The current account that I'm using, that was opened in June, but I started mostly using it in July. So what happened was that I created something. Well, I didn't create it per se, but it was like a thought because I looked up something called origami witchcraft, for example, and nothing came up with that. So I was like, if they don't have it on there, I might as well create it. So what happened was that I started creating a lot of spells and all kinds of rituals that used it. And then eventually I started submitting them to like a lot of well-known witches on the site. And eventually it started to take wind. And I've kind of built a bit of a following, but not a lot of people like to view it.
Well, it's like things will hit trendy and then people will drop it off. It's a common thing. I mean, a lot of people ask me, they're like, oh, so you just worship Loki because of the comic books and the Marvel movies, don't you?
No.
And I look at them going, oh, honey, you're fucking stupid. I know more Norse mythology.
Like,
I will admit, Tom Hiddleston is smoking hot as Loki. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if I didn't have any other statue, that would be my statue. It's a freaking framed picture of Tom Hiddleston. But the thing is, it's only one representation. Right. And I've gotten in arguments with people who said, well, if you have that as representation, then you're not really a follower of. I'm like, shut up. You can't tell a person what to believe.
Well, honestly, my family, they're so horrible when they want to talk to me about religion and stuff like that. And they're all like, you just want to be pagan because it's trendy and stuff like that. And I was like, no, I like being pagan because it makes me have to think too. Yeah. And I throw down my Book of Shadows, and it has nothing but a lot of history and stuff like that. And
yeah, who
it has the different panthers and stuff like that. I was like, see, I'm a history buff. That's why I like being pagan.
Yeah. It's like my Book of Shadows full of rooms.
Who would be pagan because it's trendy?
Right. Honestly, if you want to be pagan just to be edgy, then that's just dabbling. Flat out.
I've been practicing for like 28 years, so I think that trend would have
It's just a phase, sweetie. Remember that.
It's just a phase, though. Yeah, just a 28-year-old.
I hate that.
It's a 30-year phase.
I've done
grow out of it.
You know the lifetime that you basically have put into your practice? It's just a phase.
Just a phase.
Okay, if it's been going on for a lifetime, that is not a phase. That's something that you really strongly believe in, then you do it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but you have to realize
what you want.
I have been told, oh, it's just a phase, sweetie. You'll drop out of it by certain family members that I hardly talk to anymore because of it. And I just go, yeah, it's totally a phase, just like your Christianity spell.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yeah. Like, no joke.
Yeah, you'll grow out of Christianity.
There's something that actually happened like a few years ago, and I actually still laugh about it just thinking about it. Like maybe 2 years ago I was actually doing a ritual, and I actually left my door closed. At the time, my grandma was actually home, and I said beforehand, don't come in. I was actually doing the circle, and I actually called the east and then the south, and I was about to call the west. My grandma comes in, then she's like, oh, and then just across the air says, curse in the name of Jesus. I'm like, what in the world? And then she walks out.
What if you would have been masturbating?
Oh, hail Guardians of the East.
Oh, Sora just looked at me like I'm fucking crazy. No, thanks a lot.
Heidi, come to me now.
Okay, the cat looked at me like I'm fucking crazy.
We all are.
Oh, don't even get me started. My cat always looks at me crazy when I do that.
Oh no, now I have another rabbit that looks at me like I'm paranoid. We have Bella now, and she's very, very vocal when she wants attention, but
Aww.
she's a 2-year-old French loop.
Oh.
She has like this big old fat pooch underneath her neck, which is and the sad thing is this rabbit is just gonna get bigger.
You know, I actually used to have a rabbit when I was really little, but I actually had to send it back because it kept on scratching me to the point where I started bleeding like crazy.
Oh, mine scratch me all the time, and I'm just like, oh, that's adorable. I don't, but then I hold them. Well, I have Soren hold them as I clip their nails so they can stop shredding my skin.
Wait, time out. How do you clip them?
They have pretty sharp nails. Excuse me.
Rabbits, you get a animal toenail clipper that you would get for cats, and you clip their nails.
I thought you was about to say a human toenail clipper. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Hell no. Their claws are too big for that.
Not even just that, but you have to trim it a certain way and not too far because they have nerves in the nail as well, and it can actually hurt them.
Well, the thing is I've learned with Cosmosis, he will not react when he's in pain. He had one of his own toenails clip and fall off by itself, and I had to pull it the rest of the way off, and he didn't care. He did not react to pain, so it's hard to do his nails.
What I've actually noticed about my cat is that she has nails so long they actually curve into themselves, and
that's when they need clipped.
Yeah.
Oh no! Unfortunately, we're not going to really bother clipping it because this cat's pretty much dying already.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah, they'll go out and they'll claw on things and they'll kind of keep them to a certain.
Oh no, we already have something that the cat could actually play with. Well, I have two. We actually had like a scratching post, and in like maybe 1 year or maybe 9 months, the scratching post was pretty much destroyed.
Yeah, that's mine too.
Sit back in my chair.
And like also,
Mine uses the bottom of my couch.
at the time when I actually had that rabbit, there was like this little wooden straw house that my mom would sometimes buy. And in 2 hours, that rabbit would have already eaten the whole thing. I'm like,
Rabbits are adorably, when they like hay or straw, they will eat it until it's gone. If they like to lay in it, they'll keep it. But the thing is like with Cosmosis, he has a little pop-up tent and a cat bed in his hutch, and he finds that's his bedroom. That's his bunny cave. And he won't do anything to that. Let him out in the living room, and he'll copy the cat and try to destroy the chair.
The thing that's really dangerous was that
she just hutched.
And this was like in 2009. And at the time, I actually had like a DS, and I actually had its charger. Oh my god. I cannot believe the rabbit. He bit the charger. Because when I saw it, I saw like a giant bite mark, and it cut right through it. I'm so glad it wasn't plugged in, because I would have been so sad for that poor thing.
You would have a fried rabbit for dinner.
Yeah, really.
My
Fried
daughter
rat
was-
for dinner.
Your phone chargers. My daughter was like 9 months old, and I went into the kitchen for something, and she put the charger port in her mouth.
Was it plugged in?
Yes.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I don't know what I'm laughing.
That is like, she's just there. She starts crying and stuff like that. And, she's never done something stupid like that ever again. But I'm the dumb one that's just there and goes, I wonder how this feels, and puts it to my tongue. And I'm like,
Wait, you actually shocked yourself?
And you get shocked.
yeah, it's like a 9-volt battery. But I mean, I'm all sitting there, my husband is just kind of shaking his head. He's like, really? I'm all like, what? I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to kill her.
Ay.
Did you test it on yourself?
The Darwin Award.
I used to remember I had so many cell phones.
Stupid death.
I'm sorry, what was that, Ryan?
Category is stupid death goes to.
Yeah, really. Did anybody ever see that movie, The Darwin Awards?
No.
I had the book.
Oh.
I had a book of them. It's
The-
hilarious.
The thing is, for me, is that if it's not interesting, I go to sleep.
Right.
Hey. And actually, when I was like, I forgot how old I was, but I had some weird fascination with cell phones. Like, I can literally tell you every single phone that's on the market and what it does.
Last year?
And the really creepy thing was that I actually would go to a phone store and I would just start telling my mom what the display is and what it does. And the people at the store would be like, huh? This kid knows more than we do. And they were actually kind of shocked. And they was actually kind of shocked that I was actually able to almost activate the phone myself and I didn't even need them.
My
And
6 like that.
What'd you say?
the very dangerous thing was that this happened, I think, like mid-2010, and at the time I was on Verizon. I actually wanted to change from a smartphone to a feature phone because I honestly was getting sick and tired of the phone acting up and being stupid. So I took a phone, so I ordered a phone that was already discontinued and already off the market. And what happened was that when I took it to the store to get it activated, the guy said that the phone was marked as stolen. I'm like, how could it be marked as stolen if I got it off of Amazon?
Easily.
Thankfully,
Someone stole it and then sold it to you over Amazon.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, if that was the case, why didn't they call the police then?
Because they actually will just report to them as it was rebought, and then the person, they will look into who the seller was, and then the seller would get caught, not you. And guess what? You get to keep a damn phone,
No, because
depending on the people.
Well,
my husband bought a stereo system from one of his friends, and this is when he was in Washington, and he got charged for buying stolen property.
Yeah, receiving stolen property. Yeah.
Well, if they can prove that they didn't know that it was stolen property when they bought it at the time, they can. They will waive the charges.
Yeah, no, I didn't. He ended up having to pay the fine. It was a $2,000 fine for it.
Damn.
well, the thing I could just say is that I had that phone to get deactivated, switched back to smartphone. But the bad thing was is that at the time, Verizon was starting to limit the data on feature phones. So when I switched back to smartphone, the bill got so outrageously high that my mom had to cancel my whole line and shut it all down and then re-sign me back onto another company because she honestly couldn't pay for the bills anymore.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that.
I don't go through those. I don't go through companies. I do the whole page
Load
go.
stuff on your phone.
No, that's because I'm the type of person that likes to use a lot of internet. And so if you tell me that I can only stay there for like 2 hours, I wouldn't listen. And I will stay on there until a phone shuts off.
What was that, Ryan? Ryan, what were you saying? I didn't hear you.
Then connect to the Wi-Fi.
At the time I didn't know
Connect to the Wi-Fi.
at the time I didn't
You can
know
use
what that
Save data.
at the time I didn't know what that was. I didn't know how you use that. And I only started knowing how to use that since last year.
Hey, Loveless, can you kind of, you're really dominating the conversation a little bit. Can you kind of like give people an opportunity to speak?
Okay.
Thanks. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. Cell phones are weird.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss my old Nokia. It was a brick. Nothing could damage it.
The rain.
I ended up with an iPhone this last time, and I don't know. It's okay.
I just do the card and put the minutes on, and that's about it.
I keep everything on Wi-Fi. I barely even touch my data. I always have rollover. They finally, Verizon changed it where you actually have rollover every month, which is nice because I have to leave the house to use data. I never leave the house. Everywhere I go, they have Wi-Fi because they've got like Cox Cable has Wi-Fi hotspots all over town. So it automatically connects. I don't even touch my data. So.
Yeah, they have free Wi-Fi in almost every cafe, and then also downtown here in Union Square, they have free Wi-Fi. So.
Yeah, sometimes they have Wi-Fi at like stores and.
Yeah, here everywhere does. McDonald's, Starbucks, Jack in the Box, Burger King, Walmart, Target, even the doctor's office. So, yeah.
Most restaurants here have it. My college, you have to have the IP password, which is so easy to get. It's posted everywhere. And then you have to have a student or a staff login to be on it.
Yeah.
You know, that actually, but speaking of Wi-Fi, my school actually has got a hotspot where usually just the administrators connect to, and for the teachers to also put in the work because the teachers mostly use laptops. A teacher thought it was funny and then decided to give a student the password to access the hotspot. And before you know it, over 1,000-something students logged onto that thing to the point where the hotspot almost broke.
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't know how in the world the school could put in a password that long, because there was so many numbers and letters to it. I almost was like, bleh.
Somebody copied it down.
Right.
And the bad thing was that they actually had to change the password multiple times, but students kept on getting into it.
Well, that's gonna happen. It's a high school.
Yeah,
right.
And
exactly.
that's why
And you know kids are going to share it too.
They're good. Definitely.
And that's why I say to the administrators, you're not dealing with a school full of students that don't know crap. You're dealing with a school that knows how to hack the government, for crying out loud. Or something like that.
What school do you go to?
Hey, what?
What school do you go to that they know how to hack the government?
No, I was only being sarcastic. See, pretty much, I'm not going to really tell like the name or the area. The only thing I'm going to say is that this school is noted to be quite normal. But the bad thing is that there's like a lot of situations that happen over there, and they don't actually tell the public any of this. And when you go online, just
Like
look up the school. The bad thing is that when you go online, just look up the school, all you see is just good reviews. And that's what's really concerning.
That's especially like here in Vegas because we're at the bottom of the list for like the worst school district in the United States.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. So you don't find very much like there's no bad press. They don't talk about any of the bad things that happen here. I mean, they stifle that as much as they possibly can to try to make it look better than it really is.
I
was cracking up because the graduation rate actually went from like 30% to 80% at the high school that I used to go to here. And so that was like this big, like this big production about it. And it's like, you shouldn't even have to report that. That shouldn't be a problem. It should have never went down to 30%.
You know,
it should be like going from 80 to 100%.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there was like one situation that happened that should have actually have been documented so that people could sometimes know what goes on. Last year, there was a student that was walking out of the school, I think by themselves. And I think there was off-school property. And even off-school property, the school has cameras, so they still watch you. What happened was that a student from supposedly another school came and slashed that student on the face.
Ouch.
I later find out is that the student that slashed the person on the face, that student did not go to another school. They actually go to the current school I'm already at. And I know that person because I was actually in one of their classes. And that was the funny thing. They think I don't know what goes on over there, but they know that since I have DOE access, well, you would say that, I know what goes on. And I can see a lot of stuff they do.
Yeah.
Call me crazy.
Crazy.
Yep.
Thank you. They actually.
Hey Ryan, so I'm not familiar with you. Have you recently started watching my channel, or have you been watching it
I've been
for a
watching
while?
for the past few months. I don't comment on. I don't honestly comment because I don't know. I don't want to start something and then start a comment chain that happens often, and then you get notification every 5 seconds when someone replies to someone else, and it's like, well, that's fun.
Spirit, I got
I've been watching you for a while. I like your videos; they're very good.
Thanks.
I remember which one I started watching you on. What video that turned me on to you, but
Actually,
Well, that's good. Are you a pagan, or you just like watching the shows, or?
yeah, I'm pagan.
Okay.
I've been pagan since I was 7th grade. I'm 20 now. So
Okay. Do you follow any particular tradition, or you just kind of do whatever?
I don't know. It's hard to
Okay.
find people to initiate you in a specific tradition, especially here in nowhere, Kansas. When everyone's hush hush about everything anyway, so it makes it even harder. And all the covens that are existing, I joined one once, and she knew nothing at all. Like, she wanted me to run everything, and I'm like, no, I didn't want to start one because I didn't want to deal with that.
Well, I meant like,
So that
are you drawn to like any particular thing? Like, are you drawn to like Aseratu or Roman pantheon
Celtic.
or? Huh?
Celtic stuff.
Okay. Like the Celtic pantheon.
Yeah, Morgan mostly, honestly.
See, I used to be a Christian, and I got out of that stage until I met Matt and started watching yours there. Way looking, I'm like, this is all right. I'm done being a Christian. Fuck it.
You watch my videos, you're like, that's it. I'm not a Christian anymore. Fuck this shit.
the first video I saw by you was the dangers and deception of Wicca. Ugh. That video was always on my mind.
And like Matt said about those people that came up, they're like, would you like to watch a video with us? I'm like, I'm kind of taking a nap right now. I don't want to. Goodbye.
So how long were you? Did you grow up in a Christian household?
No, I was like 13 or 14 when I became a Christian, and I started going to church, and I was like, this is bullshit. Why am I studying this shit? I'm like, then I started growing up, and sooner then I was like, I don't want to be a Christian because all this stuff that I hear is nothing but bullshit. So now I'm gonna be a pagan, and when I'm watching your stuff, it's like all true.
So I corrupted you, huh?
Spread the word.
Oops. Well, I'm sure Mad probably had a little part that he played in that.
Has anyone ever went to like Catholic school by any chance?
Once.
I never have.
I was so terrible.
You did, Ryan?
Yep. When it was a long time ago, I lived in Colorado in Longmont, and I was there for a year. I got in trouble basically every day, and I felt
For
sick
why?
in church. I question things. I ask questions, and they don't like that at Christian schools.
When I was, well,
Yeah, you see,
pretty much.
That's never made any sense to me. It's like if they're just hypothetically, if there is an omnipresent, omnipowerful God out there, theistic, monotheistic deity, it gave us minds, it gave us knowledge. Wouldn't it want us to ask questions to find out?
That's
if it
mostly
exists?
because people don't like to be questioned on how they believe things.
I'm actually asking other people, Loveless. I'm gonna silence you for a little bit, okay?
Okay.
No offense, but I really want to
balance it out. So
yeah. So yeah. So who was in the Catholic school here? You were, Ryan.
Yep. I was only there for a year, and I didn't like it at all. everyone hated me, honestly, because a fun thing about Catholic school is you have church every day,
Oh yeah.
like every single day, and it was hell. I fell asleep more than once, and I was sent to the principal's office more than often, and a crucial part of my development of basically saying "fuck that noise."
That's the same with me when I went to church. I would always fall asleep through the ceremony and everything, and Mom's like, "Wake up! You gotta pay attention." I'm like, "No, let me sleep through the."
See, when I was growing up, like there was this big Catholic school over in Montclair, which is over in the East Bay from us. I'm in San Francisco. The East Bay is east. And they were crazy. Like we would go to parties, and the Catholic girls would go there, and the Catholic boys, and they were crazy. They were like the ones that were like drinking too much. So we're like, geez, making us look bad. And we grew up in a public school. But I think they're so repressed.
They're only Catholic when they have to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know people have probably checked. I know Witchy's Girl and Witchy Nicole has checked out Heathen Haven. I don't know if Pagan Naturals, have you ever seen Heathen Haven?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay.
You can't call it HH no more.
Huh?
Said you can't call it HH no more.
Well, I think it's kind of confusing because I said HH and I meant Heathen Haven, and I was like, oh yeah, it also represents Hellbound Heathens. It does. It's not very clear.
So beautiful here. She said to me.
Let's see. We could always call it something else. I mean, but though I like the name of the channel, don't get me wrong.
I think Mad came up with that name.
I think so. All I know is I was the one that had to do the freaking email.
Yeah, right.
Mr. I'm going to school to be a computer person, and you had to do the email?
Well, I knew how to attach it to my current Gmail.
Okay.
It was easy for me to do because I have to do that for KomoriCon whenever we have our staff emails for registration. It's normally driven through my email so that I have to connect everyone else's because my email is one of those where you look at it and go, why the hell do you have that for an email? I've even had my boss ask me that. I'm like, look, at least it's not Slut Puppy 97.
Yeah, right.
At least it's a comic book reference.
Slut Puppy 69.
Actually, no. Somebody had
my.
had I'm a slutty kitty at gmail.com and put it on their freaking application for my work. I'm not lying. When you have one of your supervisors as your friend, they will tell you a lot of shit.
Where do you work?
They can just see
I
the
work
person
at a
in the
college.
interview. It's like,
Oh my
and,
god.
Okay, so I guess we can reach you at Slut Puppy 69. Or... Yes, sir,
I
you
don't even use
can.
my
It's
disruptive
great.
girl for anything that's like.
I either use my Hotmail, which is I don't care if people have it. It's CLR 2005 because it's easy to remember. It's a little bit more professional because it's my initials.
Right.
Yeah.
If I have to put down a Gmail, I mumble it, which is nick.fury.is.god@gmail.com.
Why?
Because I'm Nick Fury from the original comics and even to the Samuel L. Jackson version, a big fan
Because
of
she's a
his.
nerd.
What's
Yes.
Hotmail?
Hotmail?
Oh my god!
I don't think they have Hotmail anymore.
They do.
They do.
MSN
do?
still has Hotmail.
Yeah.
MSN still has Hotmail.
Yeah.
I just remember when the internet was in its infancy.
AOL.
It was like there was all these various
Right.
places you could get emails. And so one of the very first ones I got was Hotmail. Very
Here
first
too.
email address I got was Hotmail.
I have like 47 different emails because I have because I like to claim my username on all the different, things.
Mhm.
And then I have ones that I use for business and personal, and then from each one of my channels and their branding or whatever. So I have 47, I think now.
Wow.
Different ones.
I have a ton of emails related to role-playing profile sites on roleplayer.me that are
What?
sitting with junk mail in them.
Right. They just
I
collect
check them
junk mail.
once. I check them once and ignore them the rest of my life. And it was purely just to have certain profiles up. So I had Remy LeBeau 27 at yahoo.com or stuff like that.
I don't think they ever they don't have a time limit on them, do they? Let's just last forever, right?
They do, actually.
Yeah.
If you don't
they
check them or whatever, right? If you don't log in over.
If you don't check them within 3 years, they will send you a reminder on your backup email address that you put with them, which is normally the same one that I have for everything. But they will request you check them, and when you do, all the stuff that was in your inbox will be deleted because you're reactivating it.
Right.
They do go dormant.
Okay.
They don't completely delete them until it's at the 5-year mark that you don't mess with it.
Wow. Yeah, because I had an old AOL email too.
Oh yeah, AOL gets rid of them quickly though.
Yeah.
They have a quick turnover. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does AOL still work?
Yes.
I think it does. Yeah.
I still use AIM on my phone. I have AIM on my phone, everyone. I still talk on that.
What is that? AOL instant message?
Yep.
Okay.
It pisses me off every day.
Yep, I still use my old AOL account for my ICQ. Yep, I still have that too. Oh my god! Well, because I grandfathered into these things, and I've had them I run them through different different services so that they stay logged in and stay checked or whatever. And I don't even know some of the accounts I don't even know if they exist. I'll randomly get a message somebody will be going through something old and find it'll I'll be like, whoa. I didn't even know I still had that screen name.
Yeah.
It's like you look at your old emails and it's nothing but Viagra.
Oh, don't get me started.
No, I get those emails too going, do you want to improve your sex life? Here, try a free sample of Viagra. I'm like,
That's what you're lacking in your life, Loki. Viagra.
I could bet that literally no one in this chat would have this, but has anyone ever heard of a site called Webble?
What?
No.
Webble.
No.
I've heard of it, but I've never been on it.
It's Chinese Twitter, as they call it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Just
I know a few people who've been on there and say don't do it.
Well, pretty much. The thing is that with those types of with sites like those, you're not gonna get a virus or something like that. Because if that was the case, my computer would have already been infected already. What happened is that they're mostly controlled by the Chinese government, so there's only certain things you're allowed to say on those things, or certain things you're allowed to do. And when there's a topic, and when there's a topic that's a little too hot, they turn it down by blocking it. And then when they think it cools down, they turn it back up and down and up and down, just like the YouTube over there.
Well,
Yeah, I remember logging on to AOL long time ago, and they had various chat rooms, and they would have chat rooms various things whatever, but they would have pagan chat rooms, and then you could go private with people.
Oh, remember Yahoo? I remember doing that with Yahoo. And
yeah.
This was in what the mid 90s, 95?
Mid 90s, and I got in so much trouble by my mom.
Oh my god.
Well, we were allowed to use a computer. My mom knew I had an AOL, and I also had my Hotmail, my Yahoo. And they were all under my initials at the time, which was my biological last name before I was adopted. And I had a lot of friends from school, but then I had a lot of friends from different places, like the Philippines.
Mhm.
And also from France. And so when my mom found out I was in a chat room where honestly I found out phrases that I shouldn't have known at that age.
Oh, because
Like what?
How old were you?
I think when I was able to get my email, I was actually 9 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was the time I had my first Android phone.
Oh, shut up. I didn't have my first cell phone until I was 16, 17.
Right?
Yeah.
Me either.
Yeah, because they did have a problem with like people going into AOL chat rooms, then talking to kids, and then like chatting them up and like, hey, you want to meet?
Unfortunately, that still goes on today.
Yeah, but I was
Yeah, I mean, it still happens today, but that was like when this was like the first time anything like this had happened on the internet.
Well, when somebody asked me my age, I asked them, why? What's yours?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You see the slash. What was it? It was age,
ASL.
age,
ASL, age, sex, location. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh my
ASL or
gosh.
something like that.
Even I knew never to respond to those. I would go, what's yours first?
You'd be like 45,
Yeah, right.
male, Tijuana.
And my response would be, I'm too young for you. Goodbye.
Well, one of my first my first chat handle was like something witch, and so I would go into these chat rooms, and for whatever reason, people just assumed I was a
You're
girl.
female? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I would like go into these, and then like these girls and these guys would start chatting with me, and then like they'd find out I was a guy, and it was like they just like disappear. I was like, wait, what are you?
Off into the ether.
Wait, I'm wearing a sweater and jeans. What's going on?
All your oversized.
It's too funny.
And that's why I don't play with the internet like that.
They're when I want to get all your holes resized.
You guys been
Yeah, really.
dancing?
Oh, I knew that, Zabora.
What is she saying?
She put her age, sex, and location.
Oh, 20 female Reno. Hey.
Like, no joke. Like, I actually used to do this like a few years ago. I don't do this anymore. I actually go on Kick, and I'd go in one of their specific, you could say, chat rooms. And they actually would ask me, and I'm like, well, what's yours first, big boy? And then they're like, 29. And I'm like, 6.
What is Kick?
It's like a messaging site that like a lot of people in middle school used to use. It's where pretty much people could just communicate back and forth, but like using anonymous accounts, so to say.
Yeah.
Is it like Tinder or something?
You could say that.
Wow. See, I'm so old. Back in my day, we just got drunk at bars and went home with strangers.
The bad thing is that like that account, you have to like with that site, you have to be very careful because a lot of people are known to like take snapshots a lot, and
It's
there
like
was like two.
Snapchat.
Yeah.
They're like two people I know, and someone made a fake account using their name and using their photo.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right.
That's why when it comes to those things, I never use a real photo of myself.
Yeah, that's why. Like, really, why do you think that most of the time my face is not even shown? Because reasons like those. I don't want people to start putting that on sites, and then after that, I get in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to be careful because people can doctor things so much now. There was a video about this guy. What he did was he took screenshots of like somebody's Twitter feed, and what he did was he took it into some program and he went in and edited it to make this guy seem like he was saying stuff about Nazis. And
so he photoshopped it.
He photoshopped it, but he also had a program where he could go in and change the text. So you could have a conversation between you and somebody else like, hey, what are you doing today? Oh, nothing much. Got to go into work. And so it was this conversation between these two people. But what he did was he changed it to be like, like, hey, I really hate those Jews. And then like the guy's like, why do you say that? Oh, I mean, so he went in and changed that conversation so it looked like he was saying something other than he did. And then when it was changed, he took a screenshot of it and sent it to other people. And then this guy's account actually got banned from Twitter.
Twitter came such a long way.
Through that. Yeah, yeah.
But
wait, does everyone know about Twitter's new like rules that they came out with recently?
Don't have a Twitter. Wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't use the website personally because like honestly, I have too many media sites I have to jumble. But what happened is that now they're starting to put a crackdown on what certain things you're supposed to say, and they actually have a machine that does it. And I think they like suspend you temporarily.
Mm-hmm.
But the bad thing is that a lot of people have like issues with this, and it might cause a bit of disturbances. And then besides, what is the point of Twitter when you can only like type in 140 characters?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's with YouTube and it's also with Twitter and Facebook even too. You can block and you can delete people. They don't have to have a big brother watching any of this. You can delete stuff. You can block stuff. I do it on YouTube and I do it on Twitter all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, so this is, I think there's something else behind this. And then you hear these people crying from oh, we've got to all these cyber bullies and these people are doing this to us. And it's like, do you know what you're actually asking for? You are asking for them to create these bots, to go around to do all of this stuff. So you could have a legitimate Twitter page that you've never bothered anyone for, put in some kind of a certain keyword, and then all of a sudden have your Twitter account suspended. And
moist.
It's ridiculous. They should not be doing this. They should not be controlling this.
No.
Well, pretty much that's because they're going to have to start putting restrictions like this because people keep on complaining. There's too many fights that's going on, and they're like, whatever, we're done. Time to start putting restrictions. Because if you can't learn, they're going to have to make you learn.
Yeah, and so people are like crying for Twitter to do something, and it's like they already did it. It's already built into that function. If somebody literally, like, let's say somebody they're like sending you Twitter messages. They're like, I fucking wish you would die. I hate you. Go kill yourself. Block.
It's called blocking, and I'm sorry, but everybody's
so easy.
Everybody's giving in to the I need a safe space on the internet bullshit.
Honestly, if you want to do that
the wrong way with that, that's the problem. I mean, these social justice warriors have taken over, and it's got to the point where everybody's got to be so censored and so sheltered, and so now it's going the other way. Everybody's like, screw this, who cares about PC culture? Just throw it all out there. But I mean, it's going too far. We've pushed it completely, past that breaking point, and now we're suffering the consequences of that.
You mean going the opposite end of being too politically correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and because now you've got people that are just like, I'm just going to throw everything out there and just use all kinds of slurs and do whatever I want to do, because I'm so tired of just, and everybody's getting so sick of that victim culture that it's, going the wrong way.
And before you know it,
happy medium, and there's just not.
So I'm trying to understand what you mean by that pagan naturals. So are you talking about people are getting too free with their language, or do you feel like people are trying to control everybody?
It's
almost just like trying to control.
Because so many people have like pushed so far for that control to try to censor everything and put everything in a box and shut everybody down and really affect free speech. So many people are so tired of that, and so tired of so many people being these victims and oh my gosh, some of the things that I see online, I'm like, really? You treat these people like they're pets, because a lot of the times it's not even the groups that are that are supposedly under attack that are saying something, somebody else trying to speak up like they don't have a voice, but because so much of that is going on, and there's so many groups that are pushing, so many people are pushing for that PC culture and to stop all of that, then you get the extremists, you get so much more of a flood of people that are just throwing everything out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's shifted too far. The censorship, has to you can't censor like that. I mean, the harder that you try to make those lines, the more people are going to rebel against that, especially on the internet. I mean, personally, trust me, I live stream and do YouTube, and I've had people say all kinds of crap to me.
Right.
And it's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I deal with it. I block, delete, move on. No big deal. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like,
but
was someone gonna? Sorry.
oh, go ahead.
Like, this is like recently. I was actually on Tumblr and I actually wanted to message someone. And this user, I'm not going to say their name. What happened was that I said to them that I was in like a Lana Del Rey / Lady Gaga type mood. They then blew up at me saying how, oh, you're calling them mediocre. You're calling them pathetic. What is wrong with you? Oh my gosh. Blah, blah, blah. I was about to press the block button on that fool. And then I actually said something to another person saying, it looks like somebody up in the chat's getting triggered. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, but I don't appreciate you saying that word. I'm like, bruh.
It's to the point where we're being censored regardless of anything. And it's like I'm in the LGBT community and Soren is as well. And people that aren't even in the community get offended by something that happens. And we're sitting there going like, what? I mean, or even sorry.
No, go ahead. No, but it's just like with feminism too. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's gone so far in the wrong direction. It started off as looking for equality, and now no, it's superiority. Whoa, wait a minute. You're going too far.
Yep, it went ass backwards too quickly.
So
there's still a lot of. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. Go ahead.
So everyone's saying it's just middle ground, but no extremes.
Yeah,
that's what we should have.
Like horrible. Like, okay, so the other day I had like he's been my best friend since we were like 9-10 years old, and like the other day I was like, you know what, we're cutting ties right here and there, because I posted it was something really stupid about the military, and he's one of like, he's a truther, I guess.
Oh, was it that guy that blew up on me randomly?
It could have been Josh. I'll say his name, but yeah, like, and he sits there and he tells me, Nicole, you're the one that sat there and chose to be in the military. I was like, I understand. I'm the one that sat there and chose to be in the military, but you got to understand that if you don't know 100% what you're talking about, you need to stop.
Right.
You know, I was like, that's where you guys aren't understanding when it comes to like people who are overseas that are actually getting oppressed, and people in the United States that, okay, you might not get 5 cents, you get 5 cents less than a guy does. Woo. You know, there's a difference between being naturally oppressed and, you know, just being, you know, not being shared in the same equality. You know,
are you talking about the wage gap, Nicole?
I mean, anything really. I mean, like it was on. I think it was on the Sharia law. It was on I don't remember what it was. It was on something, and he just like totally went off on me and stuff like that about, you know, that I shouldn't be talking like this, and I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm sitting there, I'm like telling him, I'm like, I lived in Iraq for 27 months.
Right. And he didn't live in Iraq.
Yeah, I'm like, how are you going to tell me how I don't know what these people go through?
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you know firsthand what they go through.
Right. I'm like, how are you going to try to conspiracy theory me when I lived it, you know, firsthand? So it's like when, like somebody, when they're doing their, you know, the women's rights movement, or being a feminist and stuff like that, like the extreme ones, like I can't jump on that board with them. Yeah. You know, I feel
it's funny.
Like a guy than I do a female, because I'm like, I'm taking the guy side.
Yeah, and that's what, like with me. I mean, I have 3 sons, and I see how things are going. I'm like,
Oh.
You know,
as a woman, and I worked a lot of men's jobs, and I mean, there really wasn't. I didn't really experience much of the wage gap because I worked through a temp agency, so we all got paid nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
You all got
we all got paid.
Yeah.
the
Basically.
But yeah, I mean, it's really bad that feminism, is like it's a dirty word now because you've got these extremes.
Right.
It's just like anything else. You have the same thing in religion. You have the same thing in politics. I mean, it's all. People just push it too far, and the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, it's ridiculous because I don't need somebody else speaking for me,
Right.
on a lot of these issues. These are things that I can handle just fine on my own. And some of the stuff, you're asking for something you don't even realize what you're asking for.
Right.
And
I think there is. And I think there is a certain level of disempowerment. Like if somebody's constantly like telling you how you should feel about something and how they're like sticking up for you, it's like, wait a second, I can talk for myself. You know what I mean? I don't need you to talk for me. And
Right.
and the wage gap, I mean, the truth of the matter is, if you are doing the same job, you're a man or a woman, you will get paid the same for it. If you don't, you have a lawsuit on your hands.
Yeah.
That whole wage gap thing is based upon
well, that's maternity leave,
right.
and
It's based on earnings. So what it is there's an earnings gap, but the earnings gap is based upon like, well, there's like more male dominated positions which make like, X amount of salary, and then there's mostly positions are filled by women which make X amount. So it's like there's a difference between those two things. But even then, the wage gap is actually like, it's a lot less than what they're saying, but it's actually an earnings gap. It's not a wage gap.
And it's been
earnings.
sensationalized to the point that you would think that women were making pennies on the dollar. I mean, it's that kind of crap that just skews everybody's worldview. I mean, it affects our whole society.
I get
and they also wanted to like actually cut men's wages. They actually wanted to like tax. I've heard some stupid stories out there. I don't think anybody's seriously going to do it. But they hold on one second. Okay. What they want to do is they want to tax men higher or cut their wages to make up for this. It's like, what? Fuck that.
Part of me. That's not fair to the man, because the man sits there and there's jobs that men or that females can't actually do. Or
you can do anything you want. That's not true. You can do anything you want.
Yeah, but then you get those days that you get the females that will be like, oh yeah, I could do anything that you want. I could, that a guy could do. But as soon as that our periods hit, or menstrual cycles, or we're having a female day and we need to break, be like, I'm done.
I'm not buying
generalize. You can't generalize it either, because I mean, there's a lot of jobs and stuff. There's a lot of things that I can do that I know a lot of men that can't do because of my physical strength. Because I used to power lift when I was younger, and I know I mean, it all depends on the individual. I mean, statistically speaking, women are the
you are.
Women are the weaker race, or the weaker gender. But at the same time, it's like that's it's not all of us are, and so it kind of depends. It's overall speaking, but there's always going to be an exception to every rule, and to just blanket statement everything. I mean, obviously that's not going to work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's women who work construction,
I used to,
and they seem to. I mean, I've seen them. They seem to work just fine with guys, and they seem to hold up their end of all their work, and so. I just think that women can do anything that they want for a man, but any job they want.
Yeah.
But there are certain jobs.
I think that they should be more focused on things like equality for men, like things like paternity leave. I know a lot of men that would love to be able to take off from their jobs and spend time with their newborn children.
Yeah.
I have a friend right now who he's fighting with his work because they were supposed to give him paternity leave. And he lives in Arizona because his daughter was born right at his year mark. And he has to wait an extra month before they will even give him 3 weeks of paternity leave to spend with her.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I get paid the exact same as my male coworkers who are part-timers. We all get paid $11.63 an hour. They're part-timers. When we go on window crew, our window crew pay gets about almost $13 an hour. And we all get paid the same. The only difference in our pay is part-timer, full-timer. Full-timers are on salary. We're on hourly.
And
That's the only difference. And it's a state-run facility. That's why they have it that way.
Yeah, and that's how it has to be. You can't hire one person at $11 an hour, then hire another person for the exact same position at $13 an hour, because that would be wage discrimination, and you can't do that. It's illegal. You have to pay everybody. If it's the same position, same job classification, you have to pay them the same.
Yeah. Well, you know, and you get with men, a lot of times they'll work the same job for 20 years versus a woman.
Right.
I mean, like with me, I haven't worked like a job for an employer, you know, other than working for myself for like 15 years because I've been home with my kids and I do like freelance stuff. So it's like, you know, if I go and I get a job right now, I mean, just like say if I go and work in the hospitality field down on the strip or whatever, you know, I'm going to start in at like, you know, barely over minimum wage. Well, of course, there's going to be a man there that's worked there for 20 years. It's going to make like $5 more an hour. You know, I mean, that's just because of me not having the seniority and having the time in. So you take all those things into consideration. Yeah, there's not really a wage gap. It's not like they say. Yeah, it is just a small earnings gap based.
It's an earnings gap, and it's like, so if you take like the population of men and you take the population of women, you compare the two. An earnings gap, but you know, but women for the same classification for the same job, they get paid the same amount of money. I mean, I agree with you. I just think that it's like just feminism today. Unfortunately, I think they're looking for problems, and I think that that's the unfortunate thing, because there's human trafficking that still happens. There is. Even in America, there are so many women's issues that just are not being addressed.
Yeah. And
they're focusing their energy on like this stupid, ridiculous stuff like manspreading and, you know, it's like, come on. It's like, what about the women who like live in Nigeria who are getting raped and sold, having their genitals mutilated, and nobody's defending them, you know? Nobody's sticking up to them.
Well, Ashton Kutcher is about the only one I know of that is, but it's just to the point of you're looking at all these problems that go on within the world, and it's just like, well, if you say hi to me, you're raping me if you're a male.
Oh no, they can on the video.
Those people make me want to punch a wall.
Yeah.
If you open the door for me, you're raping me.
Exactly.
Honestly.
I hate to say it, those are the ones that give generations under the 90 generations a bad name.
Yep.
And it even giving the millennials a bad name.
Yeah.
It's giving everyone a bad name, and it sucks.
Yeah.
You know, if some of these people want to experience real oppression, if this was actually possible, why don't they all get sent to Camp 14, North Korea? Then you really get oppression over there.
That's illegal, honey. That's
I know.
Torture and against humanity, and there's so many laws against that, unfortunately. But
I know, because like the League of Nations and all that other stuff that you're supposed to follow.
So, my first student station was South Korea, so you know it's actually really awesome there. The only thing that, you know, you got the fence, the wall, and whatever, but it's they're really family oriented there. You know, don't do anything that will disrespect your family. Do not whatsoever give your spouse a kiss on the bus with them. Don't do it, because you'll get Ajima pulling you by the ear saying, "Don't do that! Don't do that!"
Has anyone ever heard of a show called Now on My Way to Meet You?
No.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
What show?
Yeah. So I mean,
now
it's
on my way to
like
meet you.
No, never.
it's like there's so many problems in the world that I think that we really need to focus on. It's like I just see some of these things, and it's like, why are you shining a light on this fucking little tiny problem over here when we have homeless veterans?
Misdirection. That's why.
You know?
Distractions.
It's like-
because, yeah.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous. It's like we started this whole conversation talking about homeless people. It's like there's an issue right there. Why don't we work on? We don't have to have a socialist system like everybody makes the same amount of money, but maybe we should work on getting the getting the economic situation, making sure everybody has the basic necessities of life, rather than sitting there,
better treatment
making
for
sure
mental
guys
health.
aren't spreading their legs.
Like, is there?
The funny thing about manspreading is like, dude, I've been sitting like that my whole life, unless I'm in a skirt or a dress.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the fuck? It's not manspreading. It's sitting with your legs open because you don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
Honestly,
Yeah,
When I-
women can spread. Shit. You're not
When I
wearing a
used to
dress
go-
or anything. Fuck it.
when I used to go on the bus, I used to see women with their legs spread wide open. I literally see that all day long.
As long as they have proper hygiene and are not wearing a skirt and doing it, I don't give a fuck.
You know,
I don't care
actually,
if a guy does it. I don't care if a girl does it. Just do what you want to do. Fuck.
Crossing
I
your
mean,
legs is bad for circulation.
underwear.
Exactly.
Even if you're in a dress, but as long as you're wearing underwear, go for it.
Good, because no one wants to see what's under there.
My dress goes to my ankles. I don't have to wear underwear. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Just like, fuck. I wear dresses and skirts that go,
Me too. Yeah, to the floor.
yeah, to the floor, and so it's one of those. It's like, do I want to wear underwear today or not? But 50% of the time, I have tights on. So
If it's like over a certain temperature, you're like, optional.
exactly.
But the bad thing is that when summer starts to hit, people start getting crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, the thing is summertime. I'm wearing like what I'm wearing now, but I wear this in the winter too. But then again, we get maybe a month and a half worth of sunlight here in Washington. So I may get a tan. I may not. I may be paler than a ghost.
I actually enjoy the cold. Like, literally during winter time, I leave my window open because it gets hot in my house. Like,
Fuck, I
Yeah, I
forgot
live in the
to-
desert. I live in hell. It gets so hot here. It's so ridiculous, but I just can't do cold weather.
I'm so glad I'm not over there because I would have went nuts.
Yeah,
See,
does it get like really cold in the winter, or is it like warm all the time?
No, it gets pretty cold here. I mean, we get down into like the high 20s, low 30s during the
It's desert
during the
weather.
winter.
It's desert weather.
Yeah,
It's
at night
right.
here it gets
Hot
cold.
during the day and cold as night.
Yeah. And then some days, like yesterday and today, oh, it's so sunny and beautiful outside. You step outside, it's freezing.
Oh yeah,
So
it's
deceptive.
sunny and
Damn you.
beautiful and raining at the same time.
Yeah.
We get the sunshine rain.
Yeah, we get that a lot. Yeah, it's like what the
Oh, I remember those.
And
never
I
came again.
believe right now our temperature is, and it's almost 9 o'clock. It's 8:15 here. I believe our temperature right now is at 42 with cloud cover.
It's 11:15 in my area.
we're at 66 degrees right now.
Oh, you
Yep.
lucky bitch! That's having your window open degrees.
Yep.
That's
Yeah, we have that
put
kind of
in the
weather
eight-
here in San Francisco too. It happened earlier today. I felt some rain, and I looked up. There was no clouds, and it was sunny. It's like, what the?
Did somebody
that coming
spit on
from?
me? Yeah.
You're right.
You gotta
You know-
realize that's normal for us.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay.
oh, it's sunny. Why the fuck is it raining all of a sudden?
I almost think that all of you are going to be like, "What in the world?" when I say this. But has anyone ever done a weather spell?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do
Oh,
you think we
good.
got snow.
Mostly wind. Summoning.
Do you want to see a really terrible? Well, you want to know a really terrible thing I actually almost did by mistake?
Sure.
Alright, so there's actually the spell I did called a spell for gentle rain, and I got it from Silver Ravenwolf's book.
Oh,
was a
that
terrible-
spell.
That was Teen Witch Wicca for the New Generation, I think it was.
Oh, that's not a bad
Oh
book.
no.
It's you got to realize real quick before anyone demonizes her, she is good for starting out Wiccans. She is good when it comes to starting out and learning the history and different things about it. She's not a bad author. Her aim
Who's
is
that,
at
Silver Ravenwolf?
yeah, her
Yes.
aim is teenagers.
Right.
Not adults. She is the first step into discovering new things about it. She's not a bad author. She has some good points. I still use some of her stuff, and I'm in my 30s, but I'm also a witch, not a Wiccan. But
Well,
I still find
it's-
her stuff interesting.
It's just like with me. I've read the Bible. I've read like 3 different versions of the Christian Bible. It's not a bad thing. There's useful information in any book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason to completely demonize her, but yeah, a lot of people are like, "What? Ah!"
I know. Yeah.
She's pretty bad, though. I will say, like, I mean, as an adult, like looking back, and yeah, no, she's.
Here's what then soon happened. So how the spell is constructed is that you take a bit of rice and a jar, some blue paper, and some cotton balls, and you make in some way the I forgot what it was like. It's like a shaker. So what happened was that I did that. I followed the instructions. I went outside. I did the spell, and let's just say I almost caused a terrible thunderstorm. Because what happened was that while I was doing it, the wind started blowing like crazy. Then the sky, it was pretty much empty and blue. It started to turn into black streaks. And then I saw a bee fly above me, and then I saw an eagle. I was like, huh?
You have to
Man.
understand with those, honey. I will say this much. I lived in California. I know how quickly the weather can change like that in any state. I mean, we've gone from pure sunshine and 90-degree weather here in Washington to below freezing with snowstorms in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Weather is temperamental. So even if you did do a spell to boost it, you probably maybe accelerated it. I will say that much.
And also the thing with like authors and spells and books on spells and all this stuff, you have to understand what a spell ultimately comes down to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what a spell ultimately comes down to, Loveless?
Well, I know that you pretty much have to put your intention behind it in order to power it. But as of what you said for a question, I'm not really sure about that.
You said it right there. It's not only the intention, but it's also the ability to concentrate and to focus. So it's like it doesn't really matter what spell you do, as long as you understand where it's coming from and what you're trying to accomplish and the energy that you're putting into it. So you could get one from Silver Ravenwolf, you could get one from Eliphas Levi, you can get one from, from
anyone.
One of the ancient grimoires, the Greek papyri from 593 BC, or 593 AD. It really doesn't matter as long as what you're doing is you're doing the intention. And obviously maybe something that relates to it. Like if you're doing something that's completely bizarre, like you're trying to do a love spell using garlic and onions, that doesn't make any sense.
That sounds like a pizza recipe, honey.
I don't know.
Really,
I really like garlic and onions.
You can actually do a love spell if you if you're going to do garlic and onions, put some mint and basil with that. That would be a really good booster.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And then while we're at it, why don't you put some cherries and some strawberries?
Yeah. But there is a certain kind of like, I would say, like guideline, I think that is the best way to describe it. I think that what happened with the Wicca books and then the authors like Silver Ravenwolf and all the authors that came off of them, even Scott Cunningham and to a certain degree, maybe even Buckland, is what they did was they kind of took Wicca and kind of broke it down and simplified it for people and tried to put everything into a book and say, here, learn Wicca. And so what happened was people kind of like got this assumption that, oh, here's this book. It has all this information. This is what Wicca is.
Yeah, it's this bastardized, watered down version of like the big picture. It's just little tidbits, and if you get enough of that information in, and you don't just like pick one thing. I mean, it's not like Christianity. There's not one book that's got all your answers in it. You have to. I mean, it's that thirst for knowledge is going to get you far. You know, that's the important part, is to understand and be able to absorb the information from a lot of different views and angles and different books, people, everything. You can't close your mind down to just, I'm just going to read this book and this is all the answer. No.
Yeah.
Well,
but
there was actually,
but I was, and it's kind of like there is a lot of deeper information that is out there, especially in the Western occult tradition, which Wicca comes from. And Wicca, kind of like the witchcraft traditions. It's actually witchcraft, shouldn't really be called Wicca. But
my biggest
the witchcraft tradition is based in, and there's a lot of information there that a lot of books don't even touch, and that's a shame. But so now you have these people who want to disassociate themselves from Wicca. They don't want to do it. No. So they call themselves witches or whatever. But to be honest, I've looked at witchcraft, like traditional witchcraft or whatever, and then Wicca, and I'm like, okay, so A and B is pretty much the same, but I don't want to tell anybody that because they'll get all pissed off. No, witchcraft is completely different from Wicca. I'm like, okay, so we have a god and a goddess, and you have the witch father and the witch mother.
Actually, they have about the same thing too.
Okay,
technically, the only thing that I see is that they're both. The only thing that I see is that you're saying two different things, but I see it's the same thing. Because honestly, we both have altars, we both use candles, we both use incense, we both just use the spell thing. Well, not every witch does that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, if you break it down, though, in Christianity, they use altars and incense, so
all the damn time, yeah.
My family doesn't do that at all.
No, but it's all about the ceremony of it, and I think that's what a lot of people don't, it's kind of splitting hairs when it comes to Wicca and witchcraft and a lot of forms of paganism, though, because it's just, this tradition uses these correspondences and that one uses these correspondences and that one, I mean, it all breaks down pretty much to the same basics. So yeah.
Well, I just don't like. Sorry.
Well, my understanding of it all is fuck, we suck, don't we? Is when I was told the two key difference between being a witch and being Wiccan is that if you're Wiccan, you don't believe in cursing or doing harmful spells or any of that stuff, that you don't believe in that. But at the same time, I know plenty of Wiccans that do, and I know plenty of witches that don't like cursing or anything else, and then I know some that other way around. Yeah. The only true difference is what we want to call ourselves. More people call themselves witches because they're afraid to be put in with, I hate using this term, the fluffy bunnies that people think all Wiccans are, which is not true.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is more differences than that. I mean, I think there is more differences. It's just that I don't know. I just find it funny today.
I never wrapped my head around this. What is so bad about being called a fluffy bunny?
It's just kind of a derogatory term.
It's
that's
a derogatory term.
Because if someone calls me a fluffy bunny, I'm like, thank you. I know I'm soft, and I'm glad to be soft.
Well, it's like walking up to a lesbian that is very beautifully made up just because they like to be pretty and stuff and go, oh, so you're a lipstick lesbian, aren't you? You're assuming. Or that you only do certain things and that makes you a fluffy bunny, that you're only a pagan on the weekends. Or or you only believe it only when it's to your advantage. And the term fluffy bunny, as far as I remember, is you only do light or happy spells. Kind of things like that.
A lot of times it's like younger people that don't know very much about, people that have only picked up one book or whatever, or don't have their foot really into the beliefs or whatever, but in all fairness, it's like everybody starts somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't I mean, in the past, I can admit, like, I've been hard on people just because I've been practicing for so long, and I have no patience. So,
Pretty much.
yeah, I've been one of those people that that's just a bunch of crap, and what's wrong with you, and you amateur, But in all fairness, I have grown past that now, and I no longer judge people based on those those ideals. It's like, we all do have to start somewhere, and
Right, exactly.
Just because somebody's read more books than the other person or whatever, that doesn't, you can't like cheapen somebody's faith just because of their lack of knowledge. If they're if they're in the right place, let them go with it.
And I think Witchy Nicole's been trying to say something for a little while now. So
I sit there and get like a new book or whatever, I'll skim through like the author's spells and recipes and stuff like that. I don't really take a whole bunch into what they have in the book. I'll read all their information, but that part of their section of their books, I just kind of, because I feel like I'm copywriting whenever I get into it. So, and I also, because I'm a cook, so I take a lot of my spell work and stuff like that, and I treat it as a recipe as well.
Kitchen witch.
So,
you go, girl. I do that too. So,
I mean, I actually enjoy some of the authors' like take on correspondence, and it's kind of nice. I mean, it's kind of like the way that I did it was I just took various correspondences, and like if it fit for me, I took that. And then if I looked at somebody else's correspondence and I said that doesn't make any sense, I just wouldn't include it. So my correspondence is just kind of like I took it from all over the place.
Yeah, that's me.
I think most people kind of do it that way.
And
highly eclectic.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
yeah, Aleister Crowley 777 is just, I don't know. I actually don't really find his correspondence all that great.
See, I've never read Aleister Crowley. I've done some research on Aleister Crowley, but it's like every time I do, I just get turned off, and I'm like, I can't deal with him. So
he's very wordy, and he was a magician. He was I mean, he just was kind of, and he was very wordy too, and he has his own kind of quirky style, and he's kind of funny when you start reading some of his stuff and you kind of get an understanding of who he was.
I think Anton LaVey's funny. Like, if you read the Satanic Bible, I sit there and crack up every time I read the Satanic Bible.
Yeah.
I love reading it in public. It makes people cringe.
Yes.
See, the other thing is that while we was talking about curses, I have had a lot of thoughts of actually doing a terrible, nasty hex on some people I actually don't like. But then I realized that there's already enough hate in this world already. So there's no point in keep on projecting even more.
Well, the thing is that people talk about curses and hexes. It's like you're gonna do whatever you want to do. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, like when the first 3 spells that most people cast is a love spell, a money spell, and a hex. That's just the way it is.
Most of the spells that I've done. What was gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, yes. Sometimes you have to go out and do what you need to do. And chances are you might get your fingers burned, but you need that experience. If somebody's telling you about the threefold law, blah blah blah, whatever, you're not gonna listen to them. You're gonna go out and you're gonna do what you want to do, and that's what you should do. Go out and do what you want to do. But I am going to tell you from experience, you are possibly going to regret or get your fingers burned.
Yeah, that's why.
With that said, go out and do whatever the fuck you want.
That's why I don't jump into negative magic like that, because I know that I'm going to in some way get my fingers burned.
But even positive magic,
or something, or you just might regret it.
Yeah, that's why.
It might not even.
But you also happen to you about it is with positive magic too. You might think that you're doing something positive, and it can be negative.
Yep.
Exactly.
And no. What I do is that just to make sure it doesn't get negative, I actually just put with harm to none, so let it be, just to seal it. And no, I only did that because I read a lot of Ellen Dukin's books, so it just stuck with me. And yeah, I think that explains why most of my crap didn't work anymore. And then besides,
yeah, what's her name? Kelly? It's not Kelly Dugan. Was it Daffy? What's her first name? Ellen Dugan, that's right. Ellen Dugan, yeah.
That's why I pretty much use the harm to none thing, because I don't want to end up having the thing slap me across the face being like, you failed.
Yeah, but Witchy Nicole does have a point. I mean, yeah, even you can have like the best intentions behind a spell,
Yeah.
and it can kind of like go wacky or wonky, and
It
like that's not exactly what I meant to happen. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Most
Wording is everything.
like I
most
need more money and somebody's car get rear-ended.
Yeah.
technically,
Money spell and your grandmother dies.
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah, really.
and the thing is that most, if not all, the spells I've actually done in my practice were mostly banishing spells, because let's just say that I was not, you could say, treated really nicely, and a lot of people really hated me for some reason.
Well,
What, a banishing spell?
I actually had to use a lot of those.
banishing
most of my
people from your life, basically.
And I even,
You have your purpose too, though,
or at least would just nullify it. That's all I would do.
because what happens with banishing spells is that you will banish basically the people that you want, like that have those attributes to that same person. So, like everybody who has that same attribute that you don't like of that one person, other people might not be in your life anymore because of that.
Yeah.
Exactly what Richie said.
I never really had friends anyway, so I had nothing left to lose at that point.
True, but it also may prevent you from meeting some of the coolest friends in your life if they have that one small personality quirk. Like they are a little bit lewd, or if they say really stupid things at really wrong times.
Or they
Well,
Exactly. I mean, or they're standing up for friends so they don't sound all so nice to you at the moment. But when you have somebody who would do that for you, they're the coolest person in the world. But if you banish the people who stand behind so-and-so's back as a friend, you just may have destroyed any of those people that might help you.
the really
Yeah,
the
and
really funny thing.
and I think a lot of I think there's also different belief systems in magic, and so it also kind of depends upon what you believe too. I think that most people starting out, maybe eventually they come to some point where they have kind of like their belief of how magic works. So I mean that's a big part of it too, about what it is that you're trying to accomplish and how you're going about accomplishing that.
The really good thing was that most of the stuff that some of you said about using a banishing spell, you might also banish other opportunities. What actually happened was that it had the opposite effect. When I actually banished, especially this one person, I actually made like 3 new friends that day.
That can happen too.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you do have to be careful, because I will admit, I've done a banishing spell before as well. And unfortunately, it did have a bit of negative consequences. I did end up losing that person in my life who was causing that negativity. But I also lost 2 great friends that I had known since elementary school because of it.
Oh, no.
And that hurt the most. And one of them, I mean, before I moved, we were planning to go and get matching tattoos. And now I sent them a friend request on Facebook and they blocked me. And this is the person I grew up with. So I banished that particular feat that they had in their life. And I lost somebody who was the closest thing to a sister to me because of it.
The really weird thing was that, and there was this one kid that I used to know, and he used to bother me so badly that he actually used to follow me home. And what happened was that I actually did a spell on him that was so bad. What happened was that he started wearing a crucifix around the school all the time for some weird reason. And I'm like...
That also could have been that he dug deeper into his own faith as well and learned his lesson. You have to also realize there are some things that we think might have worked in the magical spectrum that may have not have. You have to also understand that. I mean, not all spells will work.
I know.
And sometimes it takes years for the spell to affect.
Yeah.
But then also, the weird thing was that every time I looked into that kid's eyes, I saw something dead.
It could just be that's what Christianity does to people. I don't know. I hate to put it that way, but
Well,
everybody's
I
losing
don't.
their shit now. Sorry. But
As a matter of fact,
I've had this
Yeah.
conversation with a few younger practicing pagans and witches and Wiccans, because I've had people ask me this stuff when I was on Tumblr. I've had people ask me this stuff on my Facebook. And the best advice I could give people is look into everything, but double check what you're doing before you do it.
can I follow you on Tumblr?
And
You'd have to-
balancing.
It's on old videos. You can check the bottom of some of my older videos. It should be down there. But I mean, you have to balance. For every negative spell you do, you have to try to do a positive one. I mean, yes, I did try the love spell when I was a teenager because, fuck, I didn't date anyone until I was in my 20s. I did do the money spell, and
Didn't get anything.
I only banished one person, and it had ramifications that I'm still feeling today.
Oh,
Yeah, I would personally, I would never try to banish someone.
no.
Hey,
And it's not because of any threefold law or in a harm none and blah blah blah. It's just not how I again perceive magic. You know,
Yeah.
I have a very tradition. Well, I don't know. I just have a different perspective on magic than I think some people.
Like banishing and binding to me is like more or less like crap stuff. Like you watched on, you know, like if I yeah, if I, you know,
Well,
like
binding spells are good for like holding someone, freezing them, and preventing them from doing something.
oh,
Binding spells are good for.
but like
Banishing.
if I want to quit
Banishing to
something that
yeah, go ahead.
something that I would, but like to bind them because they're being an asshole or whatever, I'm not gonna do something like that. They could be an asshole all they want. I'll be an asshole right back.
the
That's
bad
just-
thing.
Yeah, but chances are they're still going to be an asshole. They're just maybe not going to be talking or acting upon being an asshole, but who they are as a person is not going to change. That was one of the things. Like I had this discussion with this guy about binding Trump, ironically enough, and I was saying, well, and he was I think if I'm wrong about this, my apologies to this person, but I think he was gay. And he was under the assumption that Trump was anti-gay, and he wanted to bind Trump to protect him from doing anything to gays. And I said, well, wait a second. What you actually want to do is you want to change Trump's mind to be more accepting of other people. You don't want to bind him, because what you're essentially going to do is you're going to keep him in a state that he is going to remain in for however long that your spell is going to work for.
But
so is that really what you want to do? I mean, people do change.
Mhm.
And if you really want to influence and change somebody, it's kind of like, what is the ultimate purpose of whatever spell you're going to do? It's like people hex people. It's like, you don't want to hex that person. You want that situation, whatever it is, to change. You don't actually want to hex.
Yeah.
So that was the main argument I had with this guy.
But,
And I don't know. I mean, he actually ended up kind of like seeing my point of view.
but like also, wouldn't you not be able to actually hex or curse Trump anyways, due to the fact that he probably has something around him?
No.
No.
No, I mean, you can do it to anyone. It doesn't matter. It really depends upon the will of the other person. If you are trying to cause something to affect someone else's will, it is their will that is going to prevent that spell from happening. It doesn't matter. I mean, other witches around them might try to protect the person and enforce their
Which
will,
is for
but
Trump.
it's going to come down to their will.
Have you ever heard of the return to sender spells?
Yep.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like a
Right.
mirror spell.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised not. I'm surprised
Right.
none of mine actually blew up in my face yet.
Well, you're also targeting people who may not be in the same faith as you are too. But when it comes to the whole thing with Trumps, is you also have people who are for Trump, who are pagan, who are witches, who are Wiccan, who may have been putting out a protective energy for him too, because they don't think anything bad's going to happen. I mean, personally, I wasn't for the thing. I may not be one of his supporters, but I wasn't for putting out that binding / curse, whatever crap it was. I wasn't for it. I thought it was the stupidest thing ever.
That's why I call them witches.
But I was actually kind of shocked that Lana Del Rey actually wanted to join too.
I'm not. Personally, because it's a political move.
Yeah. I mean, that whole binding thing of Trump was really a political move than anything. I mean, not a political. It was a statement. It was a political action against Trump. It wasn't really. I don't know. I mean, it was just completely pointless and stupid to make such a public spectacle. You know, I mean, you're talking about the president of the United States. So,
matter of fact, you know, they actually used to do stuff like that in Romania as well. Like the government was actually scared of the witches over there because the witches over there start throwing curses and hexes and all kinds of things at them.
In Romania?
Yeah. Like a few years ago, like in 2011, they made it illegal to like practice witchcraft without a license. So what happened was that the witches started throwing and casting spells at the government and taking some weird roots and throwing it into the river. And I think some of the government people got scared and actually started to resign.
They actually, in Romania, they actually, what they do is like there's a documentary on it, the Romanian witches, I think that it's called. And it's a family that's like that. And basically they got now their government because they wanted to tax them on it. And they said that they weren't going to pay for the taxes. So that's why they started throwing the hexes and stuff. So now they got the people from the government, the Romanian government, and they're actually like asking them, hey, can you sit there and do this for me? Can you do that for me?
Matter of fact, like, do you mean the documentary that was starring Rodica?
What?
Oh, so you mean like one that was posted quite recently, right?
I don't know when it was posted. I never really look at the timestamp for postings and stuff like that.
I think it was back in 2013 that one was posted because I at one point saw it on Netflix under their documentaries.
Oh, so I think you mean the one starring Bertata.
I YouTube and Netflix a lot, so I can't tell you where I found it half the time.
Well, I can probably find it on my Fire Stick if I get bored. But I remember it. It was very interesting and very enlightening kind of documentary. I mean, it does show where people get their fear, and a lot of it is the fear of witches from ancient times.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people who are just superstitious, period, too. And so a part, and we have to admit that, a big part of witchcraft is also playing off people's fears and superstitions. That's why, that's why a lot of witches have the reputation that they have. And a lot of witches even today do that. They try to play up their abilities, or they try to like kind of scare people like, oh, I'll hex anybody for doing whatever, and they'll have skulls and bones on their altar and stuff. And I mean, there's a part of that is playing up that kind of playing upon people's fears and superstitions. Mm-hmm. And that is something that can affect someone. Like if somebody's really superstitious and they believe that a witch is doing a hex against them, they can actually develop real world symptoms from that because they believe that this is happening to them.
I think that's actually called voodoo death. I think that's what they call that.
It's called all kinds of different things, but it is that. Pointing the bone at someone. Shamans would do it in Borneo. They would point a bone at somebody, and the person would, because it happens in their culture, they would instantly have a heart attack and die. But it's called all kinds of different things, but it's basically just playing upon someone's superstition and fear.
When you look at some Native American beliefs as well, I mean, it's like superstitious to talk about certain topics.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's taboo to do these things or without the blessing of a shaman, or it's interesting because it's fun reading up on the lores that you can when it comes to different cultures and they're believing in witchcraft, witchery, and all that, because sometimes they have they're shamans, which they consider green or white witches that help people. And then you have the witchery magic, which is the opposite, that is meant for cursing and hurting and attacking others. And that's where you get some of their more quieter lores about certain shapeshifters.
Like, there's actually some students I used to know, and they were actually, I think, in the Hinduism religion. And they actually said that you don't sweep at like midnight because you could actually sweep away your money or something like that.
Or you don't leave your purse on the floor because your money will disappear.
Yeah.
Then they would say
Don't
something.
kiss somebody's feet or they won't get married.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Or then there was like some superstition. I forgot what day it was, but somewhere like I think September or November, you can't be out at like 6 or else some weird demon will follow you home.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, toilet paper beard.
Yeah, really. Yeah, there's all kinds of superstitions, especially around like brooms and sweeping. Like if you ever see footage of Gardner in the Boss Castle, the first original museum of witchcraft it was on the Isle of Man, but he was sweeping towards himself instead of away from himself. And that was because he didn't want to sweep away the bad. He didn't want to sweep away the good luck. He wanted to collect it and bring it towards him.
I hear a happy dog.
They're biting each other's butt right now.
Does anyone have a
Dogs
besom?
love each other's butts. I don't know what's going on with that.
Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, I was watching The Witch's Girl for a while. The cat was on the camera. All I could think was,
Aw, kitty.
Yeah, the cat was all going across it.
I'm surprised my cats haven't been anywhere near me yet. Usually every time the camera comes on, they're like, what are you doing?
Exactly. They ignore you the whole day. And then when you get the camera on, they're like, come on, I'm
I
gonna play.
looked like I was probably shadow boxing. My dog was telling me he had to go to the bathroom, so he starts beating me up. He'll start boxing with me to try to go outside.
oh, my cat was scared because somebody was vacuuming for a while. So she's now just laying on the floor going, yeah, I can't.
Now. Mal's sitting next to me on the chair.
Oh, cat.
You know, there's actually this one cat I have that's really daring. Like the first day when we brought him home, because like at the time he was being fixed, what happened was that when we came home, beforehand they told us that he can't use the litter box. We actually me and my mom took a whole bunch of magazines. We ripped that crap up and put it in a box, and he was supposed to use it. He played in that box for 2 minutes and then went to the litter box. And I was like, and he used it like a normal cat. And I'm like,
Now do you see what I mean by you can hear everything in this house?
Yeah.
if dogs like that, then let them have their fun.
Like, no, this house is poorly built and there's no sounding in, like, I really don't think that there's like foam in between the walls and between the level. You can hear everything in this house.
I just had to close my window because like the neighbors have music and stuff going, but my room's the same way. You can hear everything. If anybody's like people 2 yards over can be outside talking and it sounds like they're in my room. It's so awful.
Wow.
I'm actually surprised.
I hate that because you can hear your neighbors going at it and it's like,
oh no.
The one lady across the street telling she was getting murdered the other night.
Like, no joke. And this
she's seeing God.
This one actually was kind of sad. Like somewhere in December, there was this guy that lives next door to me. He actually was being kicked out of his house because I think the landowner couldn't stand having him over here, and he then threatened to die, you could say. And he got in his car and he sped off, and no one actually saw him for like a few days. And nowadays, he keeps on coming in and out of here and disappears for a few days. No one knows where he goes. And even across the street, you can hear some man talking to somebody. I'm like, okay.
Weird.
I don't wanna.
We play a game here. It's called Is it fireworks or gunshots?
I've played that game before. It's so much fun.
Fireworks or gunshots? Well, gunshots sound. You know what gunshots sound like. So.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Has anyone ever heard of
Gunshots,
I can tell the difference.
fireworks,
Listen for an
gunshots,
echo.
fireworks, or sorry, gunshots, fireworks, or if somebody's backfiring in their old pickup truck.
Has
Right.
anyone has anyone ever
The other day, I was sitting here in my bed, and there was this huge boom and a flash, and it was like a big explosion. And what it was there's below the street we have these electrical transformers, and one of the transformers blew. And so yeah, it was like a big explosion, like somebody like literally like lit off a piece of dynamite outside my window.
Yeah.
I know that sound because I was at work, and this was like my first year working there. We were all sitting in the main room of facilities, and we were talking, and I look out into the hall, so does everybody else, and we see two large flashes, and we hear a loud boom, and then the fire alarm goes off. So we have to evacuate. The room right behind us is one of the main transformers for the campus. What happened is one of the sub-transformers for the west side of campus, a tree had grown up into it and the roots had tangled and blew the transformer completely out of the ground.
Wow.
Ooh.
And it backfired to the main transformer, almost set our building on fire.
Wow.
We had to stay over and get people to not have classes when people were like, oh, we can open the windows and have class. No, you have no fucking electricity. Get the hell out of here.
You know, actually,
It was the worst time. It was one of those, we lost 4 temps after that day that just quit and walked off and never came back.
Yeah, really.
I'm there. I've been there now almost 4 years, and I'm like, name it. I've fucking seen it. I've seen people do disgusting things. I've had to clean up disgusting things. I have seen my building catch on fire. I have seen a waterfall coming from the ceiling of a 2-story building. So nothing surprises me.
you know, that actually reminds me of a situation that actually happened this year at my school. The second floor, see, my school actually has like 5 floors. And what happened was that the second floor had to be evacuated because somebody sprayed mace into the vents. Thankfully, I was on the 3rd floor, so I did not get caught. But this mace, it's one of those kinds that you can't smell or see, but when it goes into your system, it actually starts to affect you. And the teacher that's supposed to be teaching my class...
What was that, Ryan?
It sounds like some sort of nerve agent, not mace.
Well,
yeah, I think mace kind of, when you spray it, it kind of dissipates after
Mace,
well,
mace is basically
that mace. That'd be some
pepper
nerve
spray.
agent.
It would, yeah.
Oh, pepper spray. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
And what then happened was is that the teacher that was supposed to be teaching my class, she actually got hit with it, and she was coughing for the entire period. I'm like, oh god, this woman needs to see a doctor.
Wow.
That's what happens, and when people don't realize that even though we have like separate buildings around this campus, one building can be completely out of electricity and the one next door can be fine. But even with the AVAC system,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Even with those systems, it's an easy thing for anything to go wrong. I mean, like I said, I've been a custodial at the school for almost 4 years, and you name it, and I've seen things fall off those roofs. I've had to go on those roofs, which, fuck you.
But wait.
It can be very bad.
And then there was also 2 situations that happened last year where the fire department had to be called because during the chemistry labs, the school actually forgot to turn off the fire alarm. And what happened was is that the chemicals from the fire alarm, from the lab actually got into the smoke detector and set it off, and the whole school had to be evacuated, and the fire department had to keep on coming up to the school.
That happens with dust, and some of them are too sensitive as well. We've had that problem.
I think Brittany's trying to say something.
Sorry.
Okay.
Our trailer.
Welcome back.
Like it's really quiet. Like if you're sleeping, you can hear the other trailer on the side of us, and you can hear whatever's going on in there, like running around, or there's a TV going on in there. It's like, what the fuck?
Paper walls.
Like, come on, I don't want to live by people.
I'm with you on that one. I want to move as far away from humanity as possible.
Oh yeah, my youngest son's dad, like the apartment they live in, they just got new upstairs neighbors, and the upstairs neighbors have dogs that they don't walk; they just put them out on the patio.
Oh,
And it's like slats.
That's not good.
So all this dog urine is just raining down on their patio. Oh, they're so. Yeah, I was talking to his girlfriend. She's like, "Yeah, we're moving." She's like,
That's when you go to your landlord and tell them, and they will yell at them. We had that problem with ours.
It's been a month now, and she's been telling them, and they're not doing anything about it. So she went out there and flipped out. She's like, "Yeah, I can't do this anymore."
The easiest way to do is pretty much what the landlords have to do is threaten them with eviction before they'll do something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just so bad and so gross.
You really should not be threatening people in eviction, because when you do that, the people will bust up that house and then they'll leave it.
Though they will still have to pay for it because you put down all your information. You're fucked.
In Nevada,
Okay.
they'll bring up criminal charges against you for destruction of property if you trash it.
Exactly.
Yeah, here as well.
Yeah.
See, I'm the type of person that I tell people, hey, if there's a loud noise and you find me underneath a chair somewhere, just leave me there. I'll be fine.
Well, I just got a notification that Now You See TV is having a special or video on right and left hand path of magic exposed.
Oh God!
Oh boy!
David Carrico. It started at 8 o'clock. I'm gonna have to check that out later.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Oh man, that sounds like something we're gonna be stuck watching tomorrow, isn't it?
No, because those shows are like an hour long.
Yeah.
And we would be sitting there for an hour just going, "No, you guys are fucking stupid." I think Mad would burst a freaking vein. I love him to death, but
I wouldn't make it through the whole hour. Like 10 minutes in, I'd be like, "Screw this."
It's so funny because they did a shout out. Well, they didn't do a shout out to me, but they're like, "There's this witch who's always watching our show."
Oh, they fucking
trying to dog us. Like,
some guy always has an opinion on our stuff. Yeah.
Oh, it's great because he's like, "I urge you, go there and see his lies and try to convert him." I'm like, I went on there. I'm like, "Dude, I know him. He's an awesome guy. Don't try shit." We'll just throw right back into your face if you want to see our truth versus your truth. And they were trying to tell me I need to be a God-fearing woman. I should. The people in the chat, mind you, they were telling me that I should and then I'm like, I have read the gospel, and I've also read the gospel of Loki. I've also read the gospel of this. I've also read the gospel of that. So which one of those is a true gospel? And if you say yours, I'm going to remind you that yours is written a bunch of times over.
Is there a gospel of Loki?
Yes. It is an interesting book. It's an interesting take, and it's one of those things to help people who just want to worship him only into that path. It's interesting, but I wouldn't live by it. That's just how I am, because I'm more the the fuckers on my altar. But it's honestly, it's like any religious book. It's a guideline. And not everybody follows the guidelines.
But where does it come from? Did somebody just write it, or?
Oh, I'm trying to remember who wrote it. I had it in a PDF form.
Or did they actually like turn him into a saint at some point?
I don't think it was putting him in the sainthoodness. Let me double.
Because there's a lot of pagan deities that became saints, like Saint Bridget. Yeah. Saint Kentigern. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Ryan?
Saint Dionysus.
Oh, really? Who's Saint Dionysus?
He's a Greek saint. Not kidding.
No, I believe you, but I mean, did they keep the name or they changed the name a little bit?
No, they kept the name. They kept the name.
Oh, really? So it's Saint Dionysus?
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, that's funny.
No, I don't want to see pictures of Tom Hiddleston, for fuck's sake.
You lie to yourself.
Shh. Those are all saved on certain things that shouldn't be known of.
Yeah, they're just so. Bill Schnoblin is the funniest. He's just so full of shit. Uh-oh, it's mad.
Speaking of Bill Schnoblin, I'm currently watching WCTV.
What? Oh, yeah, what are they saying?
They're talking about the right-hand path, the left-hand path, and I'm trying my hardest to get on there. But
they probably kicked your ass out.
They probably blocked you 10 times over, Matt, from that day that me and you went on there.
What?
Oh yeah, they blocked everybody.
Yeah, I'm shocked that I'm not blocked yet.
I take the upside down path.
Well, I found it, and it's a novel actually, and people think it's more than a novel. By Joanna H. Herons. It's not a bad book. It's a novel, the first person novel, basically. But I sort of read a different one that I've seen. There's at least a few besides this one, and then there's one that people go by religiously on. It's like, okay, it's a book. It's guidelines.
Because I know the northern parts of Europe, where the Northmen were, like Sweden, Norway,
Denmark.
Christianity was one of the last. It was one of the last places to be Christianized.
Yeah, it was, and it was one of the ones that they had to do the most changing of.
Yep. And they had a hard time convincing people of hell too.
Because they're like,
and they're like,
"You mean
really?
Niflheim?
That's cool because it's fucking cold around here."
Yeah,
they're like, no, hot's a bad thing.
And then they look at you and go, "Wait, you mean hell? Like the goddess? I mean, dude, she's kind of gnarly looking, but still, I mean, Niflheim sounds better than your place. Fuck that. At least I get to be in an army. Hello." I mean, it was one of the harder places to get people to convert, but now you're noticing a lot of them are going back to that way.
Right.
Yeah, the Asad tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a temple.
They're still working on it, actually.
They're still working.
I believe it's there's a few different temples there, and some of them are less known. A while back, I had an invitation to go to one of them and do some things, and I've kind of declined that since then because I don't feel like getting my freaking passport, which I may reconsider soon. But it's one of those that they will look for people who know the histories, who know the religions, and they welcome everyone. They're not exclusive. They welcome everyone.
Yeah, and paganism itself seems to be making an uptake in Europe too. I think there was another temple in
Slovenia.
Slovenia, yeah.
The Slavic gods are making a little bit of a comeback as well. And oh god, what the hell was that thunder god of theirs names? But it's very interesting to read the Slavic gods, the Nordic gods, and then you just sit there and go, they're really similar.
Yeah, they are.
Except for one looks like Santa Claus on steroids with an axe.
Krampus.
Yeah, Krampus.
Oh, that's German. We don't go into that guy.
I threaten my kids with Krampus on Christmas.
It works so well, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Krampus is scary though. Like if you look at Krampus and you're a kid, yeah, that would scare the shit out of. I would behave.
Fuck, I would never be bad.
My kids are 11, 8, and 6. And one day they were trying to look on my phone, and I was watching something on Krampus and on how they celebrate over there.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so my daughter, my 8-year-old, she sits there and she sees her and she just starts bawling. And I'm all like, you're lucky we don't celebrate Christmas like that.
We'll feed you to Krampus.
If you're a bad child, you go to Krampus, yeah?
Yep.
So I don't no more. I don't threaten her with cold no more. I threaten them with Krampus. I'm like, Krampus is going to come eat you in your sleep on Christmas.
You know how Santa Claus marks the kids for Krampus? He puts coal in their stocking.
Yeah.
And that is the best way to send fear through your children's heart when they see a lump of coal. They're going, oh, crap, he's coming for me. He's coming for me.
I better be good.
The sad thing is my 6-year-old, I can't really do stuff like that with because he sits there and he like Ouija board or the Ouija movies. He loves watching. He'll go into my horror section in my movies, and he watches all of those.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah, and so now I'm all like, well, you suck. I can't scare you no more.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only reason I brought up that topic on Facebook was because of how many people got pissed about taking their kids to the Deadpool movie and finding out it was rated R and there was nudity and violence.
My 6-year-old watches Deadpool.
I know, but the thing is some parents are that like, oh, you didn't warn us about this. It's like, it's fucking rated R.
Yeah, yeah, I know, really. It's kind of like, it's there.
Like, I won't take my kids to a rated R movie in a theater, but if I'm at home and I could tell them, close your eyes or, you know, don't close your ears or whatever, or and like, I know that there's
don't
that much.
That.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kids are going to see nudity eventually.
Yeah.
So
like, I don't have eyes on my kids' screen on because they have a TV in their room. I don't have eyes on my kids' screen 100% out of the time. So I have to sit there and, you know, you have to learn how to, you know, let them learn on their own and everything. So, like, especially like if they're on, because they have a phone, one of my old phones, and they get on YouTube all the time. Luckily, they're on my account, so I could see what they're going through. Right. But like, that's the only way I have 100% eyes on what they're watching off of YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is like porno, not really porno movies, but like there is nudity on YouTube too.
Yeah, no, that's
not really.
Like, so like whenever I taught my kids about, or because they taught me about YouTube actually, but I tell them, you know, if it has cuss words or if it has any you know, they're showing private parts and they're not supposed to, I was like, you're not allowed on those sites, you know. But they usually watch like DIY and stuff like that and cool little things. So they teach me more than I teach them, I think.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I guess if kids are young to a certain age, maybe violence I wouldn't want them to watch, but curse words and nudity I really wouldn't care.
Well, no,
I mean, I don't have any kids.
Video games nowadays, you can't. I mean, kids play video games. You got violence in video games. Look at Minecraft.
Yeah.
They're going around
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Minecraft has violence?
Yes.
Animals.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. You go around killing animals.
Beat the pork chops out of pigs.
Exactly. Or another thing on Minecraft, you can sacrifice one of them on an altar. Yes, right? They do have that mod.
Yeah, my kids, like, I don't censor a whole lot, but I try to like explain things to them so that they're not like, you know.
Right.
But and as far as like the bad language, I don't really like give them a whole lot of crap about that, because I think like certain things, I mean, there's certain things like for their own safety, I just won't let them. It's like, okay, whoa, okay, there's limits. But you know, if you make something like profanity too much of a taboo, then it just pushes them to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, like, I let them, and we have rule. Like, it's like you can say as many foul words in front of me as you want to, but if we go out in public,
right,
and you do
that's the different part. Yeah.
You go
then all the parents are looking at you like,
yeah, like, don't make me look like an ass, and I'll give you leeway, you know. So yeah,
I was never one of those baby talker to my kids. I talk to my kids like I talk to an adult. So
yeah,
I'm not like.
I don't.
So I'm sitting there. Yeah. This with my kid. You're a little dick. Quit being this, and you know.
You know, my kids will,
stop it. You know, I mean, that's how I talk to my kids, because I don't want them to go and, you know, get older and stuff like that, and somebody say that to them and then them break down. And
exactly. I mean, of course I mother them and whatever, but I don't like baby them. Yeah, no, at all, because they don't. Otherwise, they get out and they don't understand. Especially like because I homeschool my kids, so like their interaction with other people is not as much as if they were in public school. So I really don't want to completely shelter them to where they get out and they have a boss look at them and go, "What the hell is your problem?" You know?
Right. Yeah. I mean, my mom used to say, "Okay, what's wrong with you, little cunt heads?" I mean, so did my grandma. I mean, it was, to me, that word was never a taboo word.
Yeah.
And how people started saying it was, I'm like, why? It's the same way of calling you a dick.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's
how I was raised too.
You know how you have that one cuss word that you cannot stand somebody calling you?
Mm-hmm.
And everything, cunt is one of my words. I'm like sitting there, I'm all like,
oh, and see, that word doesn't trigger me at all. It doesn't bother me at all. Like I don't think
anything else. You can call me everything else in the name. You know, I feel like where he says call me or call me a bitch one more time, I'm like, call me a cunt one more time.
So now we know how to piss you off.
My ex-husband used to call me pumpkin, okay? And I would rather him call me a cunt than pumpkin, okay?
Bunny.
I mean, there are some words that it's like, what words can't you stand? I'm like, there's at least 2 words, and one of them is the N-word, and I don't like anyone saying it, but I will just cringe and go,
Nito? Nito?
But that doesn't bother me either. Like, I mean, there's really nothing. I don't really, like I said, my ex-husband could call me pumpkin, and I would literally shove him out of his chair.
It's just hilarious.
Words have as much power as you give them. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Though it's also hilarious just to see how many people get so pissed off, and then I play George Carlin's 7 words you can't say. I love that. I love George Carlin. He was my gospel as a child.
Yes.
And it makes me giggle because it's like you just can't say piss or shit. It's like, all right, you little fuckers, I'm gonna go take a tinkle. That is my favorite one, and I can't help but die about it because it's just one of the best things I've ever seen.
Oh my God, Zabora, did that really? I'm looking at chat and it says, I'm not triggered by Cynthia. Cunt.
I'm not triggered by Cynthia.
I think I auto-corrected this.
Aw, goodbye.
It's so funny because I'll get these comments like every so often when people. There was this one person who said something about. They said, "This guy is a fag," and I don't believe fags or something like that. Some weird comment. It was like,
and my little brother.
I was like, "Oh, you won the argument because you called me a fag."
My little brother's gay, and it's so funny because he's my little brother, you know, and I'm always, that's so fucking gay. Oh, you faggot, you know, I mean, and we say that all the time. Like, that's just, I grew up saying that all the time. My uncle's gay, my little brother's gay, and you know, and they're never offended by me saying that because it's just, and my little brother does it too. He'll be like, oh, this is so gay, you know. I mean, because it's just an expression I've used for so long that there's once again, there's not that power to it, you know. It's not like a derogatory thing.
I grew up that way too.
So, some people are so sensitive to some things that people think that all they have to do is just say something like that, and like somebody will get so upset. But if you completely react the opposite to it,
it
takes all the power away from them. They'll like try to insult you, and you're just like, okay,
well,
so
it's like,
you called me a male organ.
Yeah, well, it's like retarded. That's another word that people are like, oh, don't say that. I'm sorry, but at my age, like when I was younger, we used to use that to like say something that was really like neat. You know what I mean?
Like it was stupid.
Whoa, that's like so stupid, retarded. That's like so cool. You know, I mean, like it was a positive thing, you know. And then I'll do something and I'll call myself a retard, and I get so much crap for that. Once again, I have to censor myself a lot around other people, and I'm really bad because I don't have those barriers.
Especially at work.
Yeah, that's why I work from home.
there's reasons why we have certain rules
Yeah.
and regulations at work, and it's because of people saying stuff. And we're not supposed to swear or call each other's names on the radio. I have one coworker who he will remain nameless. He'll forever be known as 31. He goes on the radio and goes, "All right, this shit is broken. Can you come fix it?" Or, will you shut the hell up already?
I used to be that person. I used to do that during Highline sales at the auto auction. I used to work for a dealer auction. And I would be like, "Motherfucker, I can't find this car."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Reagan, you're on the radio." Oh my God, I pushed the button. I'm so sorry.
It's
You're like,
sometimes
"Shit,
when
it's on."
you go, "Oh, honey, no, you're not supposed to say that. Honey, stop." It's just one of those moments where you're like, this is why we have radio training and why we have to go through it every fucking year.
They put me through
Yeah.
sensitivity training because of my foul language on the radio.
Oh God, it's great to whenever he goes over the radio. He's pretty much been told, because now the president of the college listens to it, to watch
Oh,
what
yeah.
he says, and he will censor himself like, "This piece of, come fix it."
Right. It's
And
really funny when you
great.
hear people like purposely try to not say what they actually want to say. They're like,
The call center.
fuck.
I work at a call center, and we sell prom stuff. And so, you know how you have to sit there and personalize the prom stuff? I am so afraid that when I personalize one of those cups or one of those invitations that says prom on it, that it's going to say porn on it.
I just do that to piss somebody off.
Like,
I would if it didn't come back to me. So I'm like double, triple checking on everything. So I'm not spelling porn instead of prom.
I do it, not
Can I
realize I
take
did
you
it.
to the porn?
you know,
To the porn site.
Be my date for porn.
Let's all go to the porn.
like,
Oh no.
you know,
Oh.
if you ever curse in my classes, especially, the teachers will write you up over 50,000
A little
something times.
Oh.
Just if you say one word.
Oh yeah.
Well, see, I have a deformity. Like my left ear or right ear is lopped over. It's all like this. It's all. So everybody calls me a gremlin ear. And so, like my little sister, she has Down syndrome. So I say I'm retarded all the time, or this is gay, or everything. And so, like my stepmom gets so mad at me that I still use those words, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, what? I was like, I could say it to myself. I was like, so. I was like you said, it's, you know, I was like, I've started saying that so it doesn't hurt my feelings when somebody says it. For
Well,
what?
that's
I
usually-
still get
yeah.
after school detention for saying that.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm usually saying it to myself. Like that's like that's the
And
only
I
time
think,
I do. I
I
don't
think,
call
I
other
think it means something kind of almost like de-evolution, or something kind of like being in a state of retardation, like it's going back.
Well,
Right?
it's
Isn't
like
that
my
what it
uncle.
means?
Well, you pretty much. It's like, okay, back, like, my uncle was born in the 50s. So he called my little sister a mongoloid. I flipped out because that's what that actually means.
Mm-hmm.
Is that they're basically they're cavemen. And so, like, somebody calls somebody, like, I don't know, I guess I have versions of language because of my grandparent. I was raised with my grandparents. So to me, when it comes to somebody that's disabled, they always said mongoloid to them instead of saying retarded.
Mhm.
So, and that's why I would flip out. And you don't hear that word very often.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was a kid, my Uncle Roger called my little brother a big-eared Colorado porch monkey. I did not know what that meant. And I
I have
repeated
never
it
heard
at
that
work.
before.
I repeated that at school, and I had to sit through a lecture on Black History Month for 2.5 hours about how the term porch monkey is a racist slur.
Right.
I'm like, No, my brother was just acting like a monkey on the porch, and he has big ass ears. and my uncle Roger is from Kentucky, from Kentucky, and lives in the one above it. One of the ones above it.
I might be a
it's
big-eared
hilarious.
porch monkey.
Yeah, probably. But my uncle Roger, the thing is he grew up using that term because it's from the South.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't mean it in a derogatory term. I mean, my brother is whiter than me, and when his beard grows in now, it's redder than a redhead's crotch.
My grandmother used to say shit in high cotton all the time. Apparently saying shit in high cotton is not something you're supposed to say.
No.
I did not know that. I didn't know that. My grandmother was married to a black man for several years. There's an expression we use around the house all the time.
There was stuff that we're told we're not supposed to say, and we're like, but so-and-so in our family says it, and they live in this state, and then they get the, oh.
That is a friend of mine. I used to always say retarded around, and she's like, I hate that word. I'm like, fine, stunted. And she goes, oh, that one's worse, I think.
That one's even worse. You know what? Just shut the fuck up. Don't say a damn word, okay?
So I'm better off just not speaking most of the time.
Yeah, right, exactly. You say like one thing, like,
my mom found it was easier to tell us to shut up.
Yeah.
Like being in the military, like if I get around guys, it's so funny because they'll be like, if I'm like at work, there's guys that'll sit there and be like, oh, I'm sorry, because they, I'm a girl and stuff like that. And they're like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm all like, dude, you have no idea on what I was like, I was in the military for 8 years, you could probably say something and I probably haven't, I've heard it all.
Right. What was your position in the military?
Say again?
What was your position in the military? What did you do?
Oh, I was a cook.
You're a cook? Okay. And where'd you go? Did you go to Iraq?
I went to Iraq twice.
Wow.
My first one was 12 months and my second one was 15.
Yeah.
When Bush did that stupid 15-month push.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like we were on our last 3 months and we were so happy, and then he's all like, you guys get extended for another 3 months, and we're all like, are you serious? You just pushed us to another 6 months.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
But didn't they like have you serve for a certain period? Didn't they rotate you in and out?
Okay, so like my first deployment, I was in Korea, and from Korea I don't know how they're doing it in Korea now, but they were supposed to shut our base down. But I'm finding out that they didn't really shut our base down, that they're just rotating other units through it.
Which Korea?
So South Korea.
Well, obviously South Korea. Okay. We're not going to have a base in North Korea.
Yeah, we don't go into North Korea. So, since they shut our base down in Korea and whatnot, they sent us straight from there to Iraq. So on top of the year being already deployed, we got sent over to Iraq to do another year. So basically we did a 24-month tour there. And then from Iraq, we went to Colorado. From Colorado, we stayed there for about a year, went back to Iraq, and we did 15 months. And then back to Colorado, and then I basically got out after that because I was like, I'm done doing this. Plus, my unit was an ass, so I said, the one thing you don't tell your sergeant major is you do not want to become an NCO underneath their reign. And yeah, so I got out after that because my sergeant major was an asshat.
Yeah, because I've talked with people in the military before, and they like when they got deployed, they were usually deployed for like a certain period of time, and then they go back to the States, and then they'd go back.
Yeah, that's basically what happens. I think Kuwait is starting to become a duty station, but they don't really do anything in Kuwait anyways. They just sit around and get to go and hang out in the desert and do nothing. Same thing with the Green Zone. They get to go and hang out and be all la-di-da-di in the Green Zone.
What's the Green Zone?
Baghdad.
Oh, okay.
Like you got like where Saddam's not castles, but palaces were. That's where the green zone's at.
Yeah.
Like where
that's
like
when all the shit happened. Once we got him out of power, then
Yeah.
all those other little factions grew up.
Mm-hmm. Like where my second tour was, we were our base is where the J dams hit, and they blew up everything around that area. And then my first tour, I was 7 miles out of Fallujah.
Oh.
So, like we were, like when they were doing the Fallujah back and forth and whatever, like it was a pain in the ass because we had a paladin 5 miles away, and they blew my windows. The paladins blew my windows out at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. So
my.
Mm-hmm. We always say that whenever a mortar comes around, if you can't hear that whistle that comes from the back, then yeah, you're screwed.
Hey, I think that's mad, huh?
Is it mad or is it?
Oh no,
It's
she
true.
just maybe she just rejoined or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now, so were you openly pagan in the military?
Yes.
Okay. Don't they have? Because I know the pagans in the military kind of like. Do they have their own? I mean, they're more accepted now than they were before.
Like since I've been in the military, and I joined in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
And so they've been accepted. Like I was able to put them on my dog tags, no problem. And
Mm-hmm.
the first thing that my the drill sergeants will say, they'll be like, well, if you're this religion, we don't care what religion you are. If you go to church is on Sunday. If you are pagan, we have there's a place over here in the designated spot for all the pagan followers. So like when I saw that one with who was it, that televangelist about freaking out about the military accepting
Anita Fuentes.
Yeah. I started laughing because I'm like, they've been doing this for way before you even found this out.
Mm-hmm.
This was like before I was even in the military.
Yeah.
Our chaplains, they would sit there and actually help us find, they would actually get us, like, if we needed incense or we couldn't use candles, so they would get us, like, the little LED candles.
You can't use candles?
Not in the barracks, no.
Oh, okay.
So if we were outside, we could use the candles, but if we were inside the barracks and stuff, we can't use candles. So they would get us. So if we were wanting to do something like in our room and be private, because our chaplains understand that some of us don't want to be, just out in the open.
Right.
So they'll get us little LED candles and we play candle. And then, or if we need incense, if we need, like some of the stuff, like some of the ingredients, I'm a cook, the spices and stuff like that, like you get out of your cabinet anyway, so that like if they needed to get something, they just go to the DFAC and get you a little pouch and be like, here,
We're gonna hear Matt in the background.
Oh no, me and Matt are trolling Now You See TV. So I'm pretty much calling them all out on their bullshit.
Oh, nice.
Saying that if you guys actually read the Torah and lived by it to the T, then you have room to talk to me. But I doubt any of you have.
They're probably sitting there going, that guy must be doing our show again. They're trying to like look for me. They're like, what?
No,
he doesn't care about us.
I love hearing how they're all saying, well, how people in the chat, because I can't hear what they're saying because their video is lagging.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I see Matt back in there. They kicked him once. They haven't kicked me yet, and I'm calling them out on calling them dumb fucks. Oh my god, they kicked Matt again. Fuck you guys. Oh no, but it's kind of funny because it's like, if I follow Viking gods and you don't see me sacrificing blood, I sacrifice candles and food. Right? Not babies. They didn't even do that back then.
I don't even know about that. I don't think so. I think there's still a lot of question about human sacrifice back in the day, because if you think about it, that's a pretty dangerous. I mean, it's a pretty bad selling point for your religion that you I mean, criminals, yes. Prisoners of war, I could see that.
I can see it. Yeah.
But regular like people, especially children, you know how difficult it was to actually get pregnant, go through birth, and then have your child actually be born and be intact, and then you can turn around and sacrifice it. Doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. And looking at some of their things, and it's kind of funny as shit what they believe and what they think is really going on behind our closed doors. I mean, yeah, I've heard of witches and other pagans using period blood in some of their spells and magic and works, and all I can say is kudos for you. I won't do it. I mean, I've had to clean that stuff off of walls because people are gross. And the thing to me is to each their own, but I don't think anyone's sacrifice a healthy child. I can see their child already dying of something, and they're like, you know what? So Johnny, you're gonna die of this dysentery. Do you mind if mommy and daddy sacrifice you? And the kid probably say, yeah, because I don't feel like dying horribly in bed.
Out there on the Oregon Trail.
Exactly. Sorry, I had to throw that one in there. I was trying to think of something.
So, Johnny, since you're not going to make it,
do you
mind
a little
hungry?
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Sugar, party 5.
Oh God, that's horrible. I love you, but I mean, honestly, thinking about it all, it's just like, how can people believe this? They're like, oh well, the government's in on it. If the government's in on it, why haven't they shut you down yet?
Oh my God, I'm like looking at their chat, and this is like so depressing.
I know.
I know.
Because they were talking about how Satanists were sacrificing children. Okay, that was a big
that
thing.
one?
I was like,
Yeah.
Okay, so
They kicked me out of their website.
What one was it?
I was on their personal website, right? And I was telling them, I'm like, look, why do you guys keep bringing up Crowley? Why do you guys keep bringing up Crowley? You do know that 99% of witches don't follow Crowley's teachings.
Yeah.
Why do you bring it up? Why? And then they were saying, and then they were saying that, well, you know, they were saying, you know, left-handers like myself are sacrificing kids and shit and molesting kids and shit. And I'm like, no, we don't do that. I'm like, give me proof. What? Give me proof that witches actually fucking do this shit. Right. FBI stuff. And they're like, and they're sitting there bitching on their live stream. By the way,
yeah, I noticed.
They're sitting there bitching on their live stream about me. And they're like, we're not saying that all witches do this. I'm like, yes, you are.
They are, and I even called them out on that.
And they're like, look, you got to understand that the David dude, the one with the fucking beard.
Oh,
and
Bill
and he was saying that out here where I live, there's 15 cases a week of childs getting molested and shit.
Oh.
And I'm like,
bullshit.
And I'm like, I never said that child molestation doesn't happen, that child abuse doesn't happen. It's horrible, it's wrong, it's sick, and these people deserve to go to fucking jail.
They're trying,
plain and simple.
Now they're saying that Sandy Hook was actually a giant religious sacrifice that the parents were involved in.
And it's absolutely fucking, you know, and at first I was being peaceful. I was like, hey, you know, this topic you guys are talking about, you guys have all the wrong information. Please let me, you know, I would like to come on and talk and, you know, give my point of view. Of course they won't let me on because they're so fucking narrow-minded. They were like, we'll let you on when you start repenting. Fucking bullshit.
When you start repenting.
You should go on there and say, you know, I really looked inside and I think I found Jesus. I've repented.
He was hiding behind my couch the whole time.
I have a neighbor that's named
He was at my
Jesus.
pizza close this morning, so I ate him.
I know where he is. He's 3 doors down.
Jesus came inside of me, and I feel him inside of me growing and growing.
Oh my God, he had me like I had to go after that. I so had to go after that. I was like, man, I gotta get up in the morning. Like I was rolling on my couch when she was saying that. I was like, oh my God.
Oh,
I mean, he's like, what are you? I was like, this lady is just going off, and she has no clue that she's leaving herself wide open.
Every sense of the word.
There's something so kind of like sexual about it, you know? It's like, they've got to be able to catch that. I mean,
we did that. We did that on Even Haven that one day. That chick was like, I felt him and he came all over.
Like all over your face. Oh! Yeah, I remember that.
And she even said something about Jesus being in her mouth, right?
Oh no! Oh.
Didn't she say something about being spread eagle in the pentagram, or is that another video?
I don't remember.
Oh, all I know is I just pretty much called them out on the whole. If this is true, if all this stuff really is going on and all that, where's your proof? And if it's going on, then why the hell are you guys still here? If it's a conspiracy theory to cover it all up, they're ignoring me.
And also, if you know about it, why aren't they reporting it to the police?
Because was that you, Loki, that was in there?
Oh yeah, I've been fucking with them since the start. The second Logan said, "Now you see TV's on," I'm like, "Fuck yeah!"
I'd be there. I'd be a support, but I don't have my computer.
I mean, and so the video for me right now is flagged, but
because I saw Logan. Someone said Logan's here in the chat before they kicked me out, and I'm like, "Where is he? Where is he?"
No, yeah, one of the people are exclaiming that we're streaming their stuff right now, which we're not. We're making fun of them because I'm reading the shit they're saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm not even streaming them.
I know, and it's hilarious, but at the same time, they're going to sit there.
You're a loss.
They're going to sit there and say we are, and it's going to be great. I mean, I'm looking at half of it, and I'm like, I wonder if you rewind and see the fact that I'm sitting here painting a gold and a silver pentagram, or the Earth symbol, or
I can hear him in the background.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I would love to be on their show. I mean, I
would too.
I would love to either have them on my show, or I could go on their show, or we could go on a neutral show. But there's just if we sat around and made accusations like this against Christians, they would be so livid. Like if we said that priests were going around molesting kids, which, well,
they are.
A lot of them are, right? But if we also said, oh, and then they're sacrificing children and drinking their blood, they'd be like, what proof do you have?
Exactly. And then we'll say, well, where's your proof that we're doing that to your people?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not good with dates or anything, like looking at the actual dates or whatever, but there's I ran across a thing about 2 teenagers. I think one was 14 and one was 16. Kidnapped a girl, and it was the police dubbed it a satanic murder.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
It's because of, okay, you got to remember, and I've touched this in a video. There's the Satanists that we know that go by the book and all that, and then the people who call themselves Satanists that are normal stupid people who think, oh, if I sacrifice people to Satan, I'll be a vampire. There are those dumb fucks that claim they're Satanists and they're doing this in the name of Satan, but aren't.
And see,
that's their version of it.
And
but it gives everyone a bad name.
There's psychotic people like Ramirez, for example, or the Zodiac Killer, who well, maybe not the Zodiac Killer. I might be mistaken about that. But I mean, there are psychotic people who believe that they are killing in the name of God or in the name of Satan or whoever, but they're psychotic. And then there's people who are actually Satanists and witches, where we actually have rituals and stuff that we practice, but we're not killing people. We're not sacrificing on altars. So there's a difference between psychotic people who are just killing people who are nuts and believe they're doing it for Satan, and people who are actually Satanists.
And that's the problem. They get labeled under the same block, and it makes everyone look bad.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I've ever. I mean, I've only heard like maybe a handful of cases like that at all.
I've seen quite a few, and most of them, it's always been this one about this girl and her boyfriend killing her grandparents, or another one about this girl who had her own little witchy cult who was killing people because they wanted to get immortality and stuff like that. It's people who dabble in it thinking they're getting power who do these things, and that's the problem.
Because, I mean, when I started getting into doing this, like, 3 or 4 years ago, I actually went and looked into a lot of this stuff. And again, I haven't come across any of these things that you're talking about.
Well, there's, like I said, 1 or 2 cases that, like I said, were very popular, and I've seen them on crime shows all the time because that's about the only thing I watch. And
my uncle used to, whenever I was in Iraq the first time, he used to, when they found out that I was pagan, he would find all the little satanic ritual murders, and he would send them to me while I was in Iraq. There was one in Florida, and it was a teacher. The kids murdered the teacher and carved a pentacle in her back
to get out of it.
In Florida?
Yep. In Florida.
Yeah. You know what year?
I was in Iraq at that time. I was in Iraq in 2004, 2005.
Well, that's okay. So it was in Florida, and who did it? Was it 2 kids?
It was 2 teenage kids to a teacher. Okay. They killed their teacher,
and they claimed that they were told to do it by.
Yeah, I think it was by. I kind of blew it off because that's when my family were pretty much disowning me at that time. So I was like, for one, why would I want to read something like this being in Iraq right now?
It's a lot of the other ones I've read were from the late. What was that?
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, here we go. But yeah, I mean, I just because I often come across things like this, like people say, well, this satanic murder was this. So it's like, it's good for me to be aware of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very few and far between that I come across actual articles like that. Like today, like, I don't think I've been an actual satanic article like that a good year and a half now. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's snoring?
Because there's
nobody here. Mine are to bed.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'll have to keep looking for this.
But I mean, a lot of the ones that I remember hearing about, and I hear about on Deadly Women or on just like the ritual stuff like that, all happened in the 90s, early 2000s, or even in the 80s. And half of them were debunked, and some of the people were like, I used to do that stuff, but I changed my ways.
Yeah, because the big one was the Satanic Panic that happened in the 80s, and there was the McMartin preschool, and there was this big thing that what happened was these kids went in, and these psychologists filmed them, and they were, like, what happened during this, and the kids were saying that they were molested and stuff like this, and
yeah,
there were like 300 counts of child molestation brought against these individuals who worked in this preschool. And this was at the time where psychologists really didn't understand how to interview kids. And what happened was that when they went back and they looked at the records, was that the psychologists were leading the kids. So the kids were like queuing in, like, okay. So the psychologist would ask them, like, did you ever play any games naked? And then the kid would say no. And then they would come back and they would say it again, like, well, did you ever play any games? Did they undress you or something like that? They would kind of change it a little bit. And the kids over time learned that the parent, or who they perceived to be the adult, wanted them to say this. And so they said yes. And so what happened was they convicted these people based upon what these kids were saying, but these kids were being leaded by questioning in this McMartin preschool investigation. And then along with that, there was all this stuff about satanic abuse and like then the kids were saying that they were like sacrificing animals, and then they were going in, they looked at the preschool, and there was no evidence of any of this. And so a lot of people believe that in the McMartin preschool, there was all this satanic stuff happening, but it wasn't. Then people were saying, and it's just like the Pizzagate thing. It's just like the Pizzagate thing. They said, oh no, there's tunnels under there. So then people went in and they dug tunnels or believed that there was like tunnels. So it just became the same thing. It was crazy.
I think it was Donna Carrico. She was saying that there was a tunnel built underneath one of the LDS churches in Tennessee or Kentucky, somewhere in the Bible Belt. I can't remember, but
Kentucky.
Yeah. So I went and looked up all that information to see if there was a tunnel or whatever. The only LDS church that has a tunnel is the one in Salt Lake City, and that's the one that Brigham Young used to travel in.
Yeah, and that was for his safety.
Yep.
And a few of the other prophets used to use it too, but that again was for their safety.
Yep.
And
yeah,
I
somebody is snoring.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Loveless or
Hey, Loveless, you here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Ryan, you here? Ryan, you here?
Ryan.
Bye, Ryan. Take care.
I think he fell asleep on us. I feel bad.
He's like,
But no, I'm like, either somebody is snoring or somebody just became a demon.
Right? Well, because my Shar-Pei sits there and snores like that. So I'm all like looking for him, and I forgot that I threw him back downstairs with my kids, and my other one's in her kennel. So,
wow.
My cat only snores if it's by my head.
And only in your ear.
Worse, my husband or Junior, like.
Yeah.
I snore horrible, and apparently I giggle maniacally in my sleep.
Yeah.
I talk in my sleep.
The funny thing is, like when I started going into the Now You See TV chat room, and I talked with Donna Carrico and David Carrico, and I sent an email to Donna Carrico because they were saying all these incidents of satanic ritual abuse, and I was saying I've never heard of any, and so I said, okay, well send me like the worst cases, the ones that are most definitely satanic ritual abuse.
Hey, somebody sent an invite to Mad Witch.
Huh?
Mad Witch. He wants to join.
What?
Mad wants to join.
Oh, Mad Witch wants to join. Okay. So anyhow, let me see. So she sent me these supposed being molested, and I responded back to her. I said, which one of these were satanic ritual abuse? And she said, and I have it in the email here, she said, well, of sexual molestation against a kid to be of Satan.
What?
So that was their evidence, was because they consider molestation of a child satanic ritual abuse.
So basically, anyone who molests a child is Satan. Got it.
So it was just ridiculous. I'll have to see the wording.
Yeah, if they're gonna be like, if they're gonna do that, they like what I think that they need to do is like they need to specify a little bit more. With their religion, yes, they believe in Satan and all that stuff. So if they think that, you know, if they're gonna be doing stuff like that, then and it's like a Satan's way of thinking or whatever, then they need to specify that instead of saying, well, it's satanic. No, it's
Right.
not satanic. You know,
Yeah,
if you're
I mean, it's completely different.
mm-hmm.
I mean,
So did Mad join us? I
Not
sent
yet.
Mad the invite.
You know, or actually get with one of the Masons, because in the military there's tons, like most of the NCOs are Masons.
my dad's a Freemason,
Yeah, like,
and
it's funny when it's actually funny when you watch them get inducted into the Masons, because they have to do like they all have to do something that you could tell, but they're being secretive.
yeah, yeah,
But they're all doing it.
yeah.
Like they have to wear a black backpack or, you know, something stupid, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
So you know,
sorry.
you know, so that like when they're being inducted and stuff like that, they're all like, I have to wear this black backpack everywhere I go. Well,
Why?
you know, we had to tell them, yeah, why? Like, well, I can't, you know, it's kind of like our little secret society. Okay, whatever. I don't care if it's your little secret society, you know. But then you got the, what is it? The Eastern Star, Northern Star, Purple Star. I can't ever remember. But the female version of it, too.
The purple hats?
No, it's
That's like a cult.
right. Like there's actually a female version of the Freemasons too.
Right. Yeah. The Co-Masons.
Yeah.
And the Eastern Star.
Eastern Star. There you go. I knew it was something star, but like I had 3-4 of my female NCOs, E7s, E8s that were part of them.
Yeah. So this is what she said. She said, occasionally I am asked the difference between ritual abuse and satanic ritual abuse. The short answer is little, if any. I define ritual abuse separately from satanic ritual abuse, solely for the purpose of clarity, when there's not an obvious reverence for and worship of the entity Satan or specific demonic. The end result as a participant in either is essentially the same for the perpetrator and victim. When the perpetrators do not realize or acknowledge the demonic satanic entities that feed off their behavior, I refer to it as ritual abuse. When perpetrators clearly recognize their actions are for the purpose of obtaining power from specific demonic, satanic, or Satan entities, I refer to that as satanic ritual abuse. It is purely a matter of semantics, however. In my opinion, they are interchangeable terms.
How are they interchangeable?
I don't see how they're interchangeable.
They're not interchangeable. But I asked her, I said, send me the worst cases. And none of these are actually satanic ritual abuse. There's unfortunately cases of molestation, yes, but none of them are satanic.
Yeah, but
does she not know the definition of a ritual?
No, of course not. I mean, their idea of a witchcraft ritual or whatever is murdering somebody on an altar and sprinkling their blood to Baal or Marduk or whoever they believe that we worship. I mean, that's what they believe. They don't understand that, well, our rituals to most people would actually be pretty boring.
I know, right? I mean, we sit in a circle and chant. I mean,
like me, I don't cast a circle whenever I start rituals and stuff like that, because I don't feel like if I sit there and cast a circle, then everything that I'm asking for is gonna get blocked anyway. So I don't want it, if I'm asking, for help for I'm just gonna use something generic like money or whatever, whatever entity, whatever third dimensional whatever I ask it for, whether it's coming from somewhere good or somewhere bad, that circle can can just, stop it right there in its tracks. So that's the way I believe. So it's like, why am I going to create a circle to block negative or positive energy?
Hey, witches girl, I sent Matt an invite. Is that what you wanted me to do?
Babe!
I was going to say, I keep seeing boobies.
You keep seeing boobies.
Yeah.
He sent you an invite.
I'm missing boobies.
She keeps moving her thing around and it's like booby shot.
Oh man, I missed it. Damn it.
Boobies! Just kidding.
Free the tatas!
Free the tatas. Oh, and we lost Reagan again too. Reagan left. Wow, we've been going at this stream for almost 3 hours now.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow, really?
I may have to either pause and go throw food on so the Soren doesn't starve to death, or go, but I don't know which, depending on. Fuck! I was trying not to do that. No, I got white paint on my dress.
You on your dress? No.
Hurry and wash that before it sits.
It's acrylic. It'll come out.
Oh.
I mean, come on, my hands are all covered in it. But
my hands with a lot of stuff.
Are you still painting those pentagrams, huh?
I'm working on the spirit one. Yeah,
They're not pentagrams. You're doing the elemental symbols.
I'm doing the spirit one. I'm doing for this set is in a pentagram.
Oh, okay.
Because the Lord and the Lady are in one as well, and then the elements are just going to be like that.
Yeah,
Soren and I have come up with the idea of starting an internet store for pagan stuff that are crafted for, well, mostly I'll be doing the crafting. They'll be doing dream catchers. So
okay.
we're going to try to just make a couple bucks on the side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and their mom, who is heavily Christian, wants to help us.
Nice.
Holy crap.
That's
not
awesome.
Not all Christians are out to get us.
Well, like I said, I swear her mom.
They're actually decent people, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Actually, quite a few of them.
Her mom supports us more than anything else when it comes to what we believe in. Granted, she prefers we go to church.
Huh?
It's not showing up on anything.
I sent it to him.
Who sent it to you?
On Twitter?
On Twitter?
No, not on Twitter. I'll send it to you on Twitter. No, sorry, I sent it through Gmail.
Gmail.
Gmail?
But he's gonna send it to Twitter.
It to you on Twitter.
He'll send it to Twitter.
Oh, yeah, but her mom
I'm
is
sending it to the Heathen Haven team.
Oh, so you mean my
sending
phone's
it to the Heathen Haven team?
Crystal?
Yes.
Can I ask you one question?
Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
How many followers on Tumblr do you have?
I have I don't know. Let me look.
She has a fuck ton.
Yeah, I have a fuck ton and
like 6,000?
Probably over that.
Wow.
Because I did a giveaway at one point in time, and then everybody started following me because they thought I was going to do it again. And I'm like, I was doing a one-time thing because I made a basket of stuff for somebody who never paid for it. So fuck it.
So I don't know how many followers I have. I'd have to go and look.
Loading forever because apparently my computer wants to be slow tonight, and I don't know why.
Tumblr is such a struggle to keep up.
I mean, like I said, I've pretty much ignored my Tumblr the last couple months. I think I deleted it off my phone.
There he is.
Hi.
Hey, Mad.
As he's swallowing his tea.
Who said it was tea?
So what happened? What happened with Night TV, Mad?
He's like, what if it wasn't
the
tea?
worst experience of my fucking life.
What happened?
Holy fuck. Okay, so I went in there, all peaceful.
how I normally am.
Hello.
You know, don't let fool you. I'm really a nice guy.
Oh.
You know, I'm like, I could ask, and I'm like, hey, I just like take like 10 minutes of your time. You know, just to, you know, correct your mistakes. And of course, ignoring me the whole entire time. Talking to the other members of the group, and all the other members are sitting there like, well, I'll pray for you. Why don't you come to God? You know, accept Jesus. You know, all of that. You know, I'm like, look, thanks. I understand your concern. I understand this is your way of life. I get it. But no, I'm good right where I'm at. Well, then child sacrificing topic came up. Why do you always think that it's just the witches that do this shit? Like, why is it just witches? I get really pissy because I was giving it to them, and they didn't like it. They did not like it. They're like, look, if you don't, they were saying in the stream something like lines of that, if you don't conform to Christianity right now, we're going to kick you out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They, they were being belligerent.
I want evidence because I want proof.
Mm-hmm.
It's 100% fucking witches and Satanists and sacrifice and molest kids. Why don't you go do your own research?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, then you go, I have.
The claim.
You have to.
We all have.
You have to realize that
on air several times.
I know, but you have to also realize that now it's nowadays the burden of proof on our end instead of their end.
Yeah. Oh.
And
yeah,
by the way, Loveless, it's 9,614 followers.
Wow.
And I'm on it maybe once a month.
He was singing, so I muted him earlier.
Ah.
I'll unmute him now.
Bruh.
There he is. Okay. That's funny. You know, the thing is, though, this is what gets me, is that because I've had the same argument like you had with them, Matt. I said, well, wait a second. If first of all, if you are aware that somebody is either molesting or killing someone, you have a responsibility to report that to the proper authorities, because now you're an accessory to this. So if you're aware of this happening and you're not doing anything about it, you're an accessory to it. Oh yeah, but then the local police are, and then it's like every time I gave them like a logical, conclusion to their argument, they would just like keep moving it forward and say, well, the police were involved. Okay, we'll take the FBI. Oh, the FBI involved. Okay, take it to CIA. CIA involved. Okay, take it to the fucking UN. No, it's part of it too. It's all the Illuminati, one world government. I'm like, there is no fucking thing I can say to you. So then I was like, okay, so if the police are involved, the FBI is involved, the CIA is involved, the government's involved, and the United Nations are involved,
how the fuck are they still on air?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if this let's say if this conspiracy is this global and this powerful, we're fucked. I mean, there's nothing. What are you gonna do? They'll just go around and kill all of us. It does, I mean, it's just it's completely ridiculous, utterly ridiculous.
Jeebus isn't gonna save you.
No, Jesus. Yeah, that's the only thing. The only thing that will save you from all of this is to repent and follow Jesus. It's the only answer they have.
His evidence against my arguments was an article he wrote.
Oh my
Who,
god.
That David dude. Article he wrote was his argument against my argument.
Because he wrote it, so it has to be true.
Wow.
Was it the Freemason Egypt satanic whatever conspiracy?
The child sacrifice and pedophilia.
What the fuck?
Oh, I don't know that one.
He's reading a lot of weird shit.
But the last thing I said before I got kicked was something along the lines of times 2.
Was what?
Who kicks somebody out? I'm presenting a logical argument. I'm being kind. I'm being courteous. You know, I'm doing the whole
Yeah.
debate. You know, I was in debate class when I was in high school. You know, I became fucking class, for crying out loud.
Yeah. Quit stroking your ego. Get on with it.
Oh, my ego is so huge. Oh, I love my ego.
I'm so sorry, Witch's girl, to have to put up with him every day.
I know, right?
Every day.
You should feel sorry
I
for
always
me.
pick on him.
You also wake me up in the middle of the night screaming your.
So
Exactly.
you were in there. You were talking to them. You're trying to be courteous, and what happened?
Well, I think I touched on the subject of, you know, the not all,
right,
and then I was trying to use the not all argument, and it's like, no, I'm not using the not all argument. I'm using the none arguments. No witches that, you know, truly going off of what they see off of fucking television and theater. People like us in this chat do that shit. We just we understand what it is to commit those crimes. We will be in prison for the rest of our lives.
Because we're not stupid.
To begin with.
No.
Oh wow.
Oh, so funny. I'm gonna have to go. My internet's down. I'm using data.
Oh no.
That's all right. We've been going for 3 hours, so I completely understand.
I was like, dang it, I was having fun. But everything's down and it's not reconnecting. They're doing service on the lines until 6 o'clock in the morning. So
Yeah.
I'm off.
That's cool.
I'm done. I'm running out of data.
That's cool.
Finally using my phone data though.
Oh wow. Yeah, we don't want to suck up all your data.
So,
Right.
It was fun
This is
though.
data. You got free Wi-Fi all over the place.
Yeah, not at home. My Wi-Fi's down. My service is down. I'm dying. This is like it would have been easier if the power would have went out.
I agree with that
I don't
one.
care. I need my internet.
All right,
well,
Reagan.
fun. I'll talk to you guys later.
I think Moat is going to bed too.
Okay.
Night, Moat.
Bye, Bob. To the chat, but night.
Night, Moat.
Night,
It's actually good morning for me right now.
Oh, it's 10 o'clock and I've yet to cook dinner.
Yeah.
Wait, it's 10 o'clock for you?
Yeah.
It's 1 in the morning for me.
It's 11 o'clock here.
It's midnight here, and all I ate today was a piece of cake.
Wow.
Taco Bell.
Are you all in America?
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
I think we're all in America.
Wow.
Yep.
And I cannot believe it's already morning for me.
Because you're.
Well, good morning.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Curse time zones.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Remember, soon the whole leap forward an hour is coming.
That's coming in March. Yep.
This
It is
month.
March.
I know.
It's
I mean,
coming in about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yay.
About the same
So
time,
we
I
get
have
our-
to change.
We get to light our
Oh.
candles for less time.
Yeah, about the same time, I have to switch my posting schedule because for 3 weeks, I'll be doing Window Crew at night.
Wow.
So much fun.
I have to be to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, do you know how long it's been since I had to get up that early?
Oh, honey, I get up at 3 a.m. and I'm at work at 4 a.m.
Well, no, I know that, but like I haven't had to do that in years. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, usually, because like I said, I'm a cook, so usually I get the night shift. So I'm like at work at 5 o'clock to close.
Yeah.
So like I get this job, and they're like 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm all like, oh god, I don't know if I could do that anymore.
Oh.
That's why
I mean,
that's why graveyard shifts are the best shifts.
Yeah.
I like my morning shift. We start at 4 a.m. We don't have to deal with anybody until after 7. And then normally we're gone by 7 a.m., the part-timers. If I got full-time on that shift, I'd be stuck with these fuckers until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But the shift I'm switching to for Window Crew is from 2 o'clock in the afternoon till 10:30 at night. Because it's easier to clean windows when it's getting darker and you have to deal with less people in the school.
Life is so strange.
Yeah, you could sit there. Oh my god! Like
One other person.
I have to deal with prom queens and or not prom queens, but prom committees and people who are graduating committees, and you didn't do my order correctly. Yeah, I'm dealing with them right now.
That's when you go, duct tape is good.
Like the other day, like I literally got a call that he really thought that the prom crowns were real.
Oh my god! Really?
Yeah, we're gonna give a bunch of teenagers silver fucking crowns. Yeah, that's
with
a
real
smart idea.
diamonds and
jewels.
Yeah,
we got sets that are, but they're sets for $200.
Okay.
So it's for the court and then the prom queen and the king, but not the individual ones.
Fuck. I'm sorry. I was bored and I have to get I ordered a tiara for a friend. If I beat him at bowling, he has to wear it. It's a cute little tiara with fiber optics that changes colors. And so if I win, he has to wear it. I almost beat him a week ago, so I was happy about that. But
about a week ago.
Yeah, but we were talking about it. He's like, well, you can go to Claire's and buy a cheap tiara. I'm like, I don't want anything that you get from a prom store. I want something unique, damn it. So he's going to have fiber optics.
Ooh la la.
Hello.
Pretty Princess God.
Hey, Raisin Village here. How are you guys?
Good.
Thanks for allowing me to come in.
Deeper.
What?
I said a fellow Viking boy.
Oh, well, I just wanted to, I don't know if the person who asked this is still on, but the Slavic god of thunder is Perun or Perkunas.
Thank you for reminding me.
Perkons. I'm probably pronouncing it. Yeah, I'm probably pronouncing it all wrong because, it's like the Russians have a name, the Lithuanians, the Latvians, they all have slightly different names. And
for the same god.
Yeah, and this is my icon here, so I'm like, I need to get in on this. And I was, what had happened is I was listening to you guys, but I was off role playing on Star Trek Online because I had already made that commitment, and I'm like, well, shit, what do I do here now? So I had to jump in on this.
I
hope we didn't interrupt your game, your Star Trek game.
No.
I have to thank you because it was bothering me, and I will admit I was listening to a book series Iron Druid, and he was in there, and I was looking at the depiction they gave him in the book and the depiction they have him online, which is eerily exactly similar. And now I understand why people get confused sometimes with Thor having an axe instead of a hammer, But there are some mythologies where Thor does have an axe instead of a hammer. So now I'm realizing that sometimes they combine Thor and Perun together.
Right. Well, which is interesting because I am realizing that I don't particularly. Now, this is for me. Other people, they want to syncretize to your heart's content. It's not something I particularly like doing. And I'm starting to realize that now I'm going to end up having to syncretize. And so I'm going to have to figure out how to do it in a way that's going to be sensible. But I'm not syncretized. That's basically where you mix two different religions and into its own thing.
Yeah.
If that
it
makes
can
sense.
be difficult. It's like mixing the Greek pantheon in with the Celtic pantheon.
Right.
Sometimes you just cannot do that. I mean, I've done it with the Nordic and Greek. I mean, the Nordic and Celtic. I mean, I've done it somewhat with the Greek, with Hades in the house and all that stuff. But Soren does it with whatever Our Lady Death is from. What pantheon? I'm not sure off the top of my head. Mexican pantheon with Hades from Greek. They have a balanced mix. Some of them make sense. Some of them don't.
Right. An example of syncretism that makes sense would be syncretizing Celtic with Roman. At least to me, that makes sense because historically speaking, it was done. It was done. Right. And it may not make sense to you to do that, and that's perfectly fine. An example that just has no historical precedent or anything would be like Southwest Native American beliefs with ancient Egyptian.
That is an interesting mix. I want to see it done. Actually, I want to see somebody do this.
Yeah, go ahead. You know.
It's like putting Coyote in with the Morgan. Right. Imagine how well that's going to work, but you never know.
And you know, there are people who syncretize shit that does not make any sense, and they get a lot of flack, and they're called fluff bunnies or crystal wavers, and it's because they don't do enough research. They're not thinking about what they're doing, and they're just like, okay, I think this is neat, and I think this is neat, and I think this is neat, and I think this is neat. And they don't really bother to try to understand what they're doing, and they don't really bother to
research.
Right, try to figure out, would my ancestors have seen this as respectful? Would these gods see this as respectful? And I think that it rather depends on various traditions, and it's going to be a challenge for me to syncretize, and that's okay. And it's going to take time for me to figure out how to do things, and that's okay.
My rabbit just did something really, really weird and was showing off her face. No, she stood up and was doing that.
It's like, are you calling people who don't research bunnies? How dare you?
Probably. She heard you. She knows you're talking about her. Those ears aren't for decoration. My Logan should know.
Don't insult the bunnies.
But I will admit something quickly. I mean, with the Slavic gods going mixed in with the Nordic gods, it works because they're similar. But like I said, I have Nordic and Celtic on mine, and they only work because the two groups did at one point intermix.
Yeah, the northern tribes, well, the Norse people, are very similar to the Celtic people. There's a lot of similarities between when I'm saying Celtic, I'm meaning the culture of Gaul at that time.
Yeah,
a lot of the Gallic tribes are very similar to the Norse, to the Northmen gods, and the Wermans were the warmen who became Germans, Germanic peoples.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of similarity, especially in the European cultures. There's a lot of similarities between the deities, so it's very easy to kind of mix those pantheons.
It is, and I mean, like with Soren, what they did with the Hispanic Mexican with Our Lady Death. The only reason why I don't say her actual name, Cece, because you're saying something about it, I will butcher it. I swear to every deity known to man, I will fucking butcher it. And Hades is because with Our Lady Death, it doesn't matter what other pantheon you're from. She, as long as you pay her a little tribute every now and then, if you ask her for something, you give her something in return, she's good with it. She doesn't care how many deities you have, as long as every so often you say something to her. Hades is kind of that, I'm here, I like winter because I get my wife back kind of deity. And I mean, the two of them work well together for Soren, but it's also the person that you have to look at of how they work with them. It's not necessarily sometimes, well, I like this, so I mix it with this. It's no, I can work with this, and it works for me. And sometimes that's the easiest explanation for mixing pantheons, is because it works for you. Doesn't mean everybody has to understand it. As long as you understand it, that's what matters. And
why is this kind of like a defended position the two of you are taking?
Yeah.
I don't think any of us are challenging it.
No.
We're all kind of like listening, going, "Oh, very interesting."
I'm just kind of making a general statement. I don't mean to sound offensive of it at all.
That's okay. I was just like, it sounds like she's kind of being defensive about this. It's like, okay, it's all right, relax. We're not judging you.
I have a mixed pantheon as well. I said I have a mixed pantheon as well. You don't have to defend the gods you follow. You don't have to, just because one person doesn't understand why you mix them together yourself, you don't have to give them a reason. Like you said, Loki, what works for you works for you. Right. That's the freedom we have. Off topic, I found my pins from when I worked at Arby's.
Oh, congrats.
Oh, cool.
Well, I think the defended position too thing is because I don't know about the rest of you, but generally speaking, when I have seen people who syncretize, they don't do it in a very judicious and responsible way. It's not like, this is meaningful for me and here's why, and here's what I've researched. They do it in a very superficial way, in a very clumsy way, in a way where paradigms completely clash. And it's like, yeah. So I think my taking the defensive position is kind of, it's admittedly a knee-jerk reaction. I assume that the rest of you are going to be like, okay, you've just said something that's taboo. And well, hold that thought. I'm almost finished. I swear. You're awesome.
No, it's fine.
Another thing, too, is as I've been getting more, how do I say this, more familiar with my own spiritual path, I'm coming to understand, and more familiar with my own ancestry, I am coming to understand that the Vikings from Sweden who went east, they went down through the Baltic states and through, the Slavic states and then to Russia. And, the Kievan Rus, at some point, yes, they were worshiping the Slavic gods, but they didn't start out doing that. So at some point, things kind of had to blend and syncretize. And basically what I'm saying is I had to realize that at some point, human beings are going to be in a point of flux. Grandma is going to do things a little bit more traditionally than the grandkids, so to speak. Okay.
And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right with that. And I'm pretty sure everyone would agree. We don't all worship like our ancestors did, or we don't all do the same exactly family traditions that our grandma did. I mean, I don't cook lasagna by scratch like my grandma did. I buy Stouffer's because I'm a lazy bitch when it comes to that, because I'm not spending 5 hours in the damn kitchen. I only do that for Thanksgiving. But yeah, I look at it this way. There's some that I like I said, I fully believe that the gods, different pantheons, travel throughout the lands, and people hear from like, oh, this pantheon has a god of this. Why don't we make one of that? Or how about we combine the two? Or why don't we just see what we can do? I mean,
sometimes I like to mix like 7-Up with my Coke. Don't judge me.
This wasn't really good at mixing
Just saying, I like to mix my 7-Up with my Coke, but don't judge me.
I know
7-Up and Sprite are actually really good to mix in with
Wait,
juice.
you mix Sprite with what?
Oh yeah, with
what do you mix Sprite with?
Juices.
Juice, yeah.
Orange juice.
You heretic, get the fuck out of my house.
Get out of my chat.
That actually sounds good.
Heretic.
But it tastes
Sprite
good.
and apple juice. That does sound good.
Burn him at the stake.
Has anybody put Sprite with Lucky Charms?
Gross.
Yes, it was disgusting.
You had to go
I
there.
hate it. I was high. That's my defense.
That's sick.
Best float ever. Dr. Pepper and cookies and cream ice cream.
Yes.
And when I said that, everybody shut up. Everybody just shut up. They were like, "Wait, floats?"
Like root beer floats.
I've actually
It's like
heard that before. Dr. Pepper and I've heard of Dr. Pepper and vanilla instead of like root beer.
Well, they have vanilla Dr. Pepper. Ugh, I don't like it. I'm a Dr. Pepper fanatic, but ugh.
You're a pepper?
I have my cherry Dr. Pepper.
I love cherry Dr. Pepper.
I liked RC Cola. I don't even think they make it anymore.
They do.
at Walmart.
They do? Okay.
Yeah, they sell it at my Winco. They sell it at Walmart. They sell it at freaking Fred Meyer's. We have it all over.
To commercials.
Fanta.
For those of you who grew up in the 90s.
I drink a lot of iced tea, unsweet tea. I live in the South, so I'm a heretic.
Ew, and you live in the South.
Soren will not drink sweet teas. They will drink.
They won't.
Yeah, mind you, they're from Oklahoma. They will
Okay.
drink green tea with honey. They will drink green tea with citrus and mint. They will never drink sweetened tea unless they sweeten it themselves.
My kind of people.
And they
They're
hate
sweet tea.
iced tea with a passion.
I love iced tea.
Well, if it's sweetened or from a restaurant. I mean, for them, it's one of those things are, oh God, no. Oh, it's sweet. Get it away from me. Yeah, it's kind of funny to watch them in a restaurant when they order tea and they're given sweetened tea.
No, I'm the same way because if I order unsweet tea specifically, that's what I expect, and then I drink. If it's sweet, it's like, oh, it knocks me down. I don't expect it.
Yeah, I mean, like you order Dr. Pepper and you get Mr. Pibb, which I'm okay with Mr. Pibb, but
that's blasphemy in my book.
Nope. I know. I read it on your Facebook.
See, I don't drink soda anymore, and it's not because it's like I'm snooty. I just don't like it anymore.
Yeah, I don't like soda. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
It keeps me from having migraines.
Need a
along
soda
with my
now.
pills. Now let's make fun of Lay Logan.
Okay.
He had to go drain the lizard.
Probably.
He had to
I may have
take
to
a crap.
throw some meat in the oven here in a minute before Soren starts getting cannibalistic. So I'll be right back as well.
Okay.
Have her cook.
So I will be your entertainment in the meantime.
I was gonna say,
Soren can cook, but I'm designated kitchen bit. So
Raise, I actually like that
It's an axe of Perrin.
thing.
Yeah, it's an axe of Perun. Or maybe it's pronounced Perrin. Yeah, it's an axe. It's a double-bladed axe. There's two styles.
It looks like
One,
a stylized.
yeah, well, there's two styles.
Yeah,
because it does have horns on either end. There's two kinds of these axes. One of them has one blade, and another one, this one has two blades. And the ones with one blade are a bit older. And Perun is supposed to have both a double-bladed axe. Well, again, there's also the single blade and arrows. Arrows being the lightning bolts. So, yeah.
Look, you guys are making me have midnight munchies.
Now I have munchies. Thanks.
Midnight munchies.
Am I the only one that eats dill pickle chips in here?
I do. I like dill pickle chip.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Like, are you talking about like pickled chips, like potato chips, or are you talking about the actual fried pickles?
Both actually. I like both,
pickles.
but I was talking about the potato chips. But now that you mention it, I love fried pickles as well.
Oh, I make fried pickles all the time for my kids because they're like, "Mom, can you make some fried pickles?"
I used to work at a Grizzlies out in Duluth, Minnesota. That was the first time I had. I was a dishwasher there, and way I seen this batch of fried pickles. I'm like, what the hell are these? And they're like, fried pickles. Go ahead, have one. I couldn't stop eating them.
Yeah, like once you start, you're all like, and then like by the time you're done with the whole plate, you're all like, oh, I shouldn't have ate all that vinegar.
Cast iron stomach. I'm from Wisconsin.
Hey.
There's nothing my stomach can't handle. I just the other day I actually just got done eating 3-day-old meat that was just sitting out there.
Oh God, yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
That's awful. Did you get sick?
No.
Oh wow. You do have an iron stomach.
The meat was hard.
That's awful.
I bet. Sorry, you're hearing my cereal. I have
cereal.
Midnight munchies.
What is she doing?
That's my wall.
Well, I think.
Well, I kind of have one. It's one of the, but it's not a. It's a dry erase.
It's a little whiteboard.
Yeah.
It's a very small whiteboard.
I have that in my kitchen, and it has what to buy next week that we keep forgetting to for the last month, and how much overage we've paid.
This one says dollar store, and this one is Walmart.
Oh, the dollar store is my best friend.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you have 3 kids.
Hi, Dad.
Well.
Though our warehouse has sales on the cheap paint, and that's the actual name of it. Because
Nice.
I paid $2 a tube, and I bought like $30 worth of paint.
Nice.
I was gonna say Walmart has those big old tubes like this and like this for like $2 or like 69 cents in the craft section.
Yeah, the only problem with that is it doesn't wash off clothing very easily. And with the acrylic I use, even with the cheap, it comes off of my clothes quickly if I need it to. And it doesn't come off when I use glitter glue on it. So, and it also works on my canvases.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to wrap this up because I'm starting to fade off.
Okay.
But if one of you want to continue this on your channel, go for it. But me, I'm sitting here like slowly fading away.
Well, thanks. Thank you for letting me on though, because I wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, no problem, Reza. Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying much attention to the chat because I was just enjoying the company too much. So
yeah,
I wasn't paying attention to the chat at all.
I was going.
So my
back and
apologies.
forth. I will admit this much. I went back and forth until I got kicked out of Now You See It TV.
Join the kicked out club.
Woohoo! But the thing is they only blocked me for 24 hours.
Oh, okay, cool. You can go back.
Yeah, so I'm going to harass them next time.
Why would you?
Because it's fun to be an asshole to them.
Right?
They are.
And I have to get my dickery on, so.
Right on. The troll folk are proud people.
I am a Loki's
All right.
witch.
Yep.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night, all. See you tomorrow night.
Have a good
at
night.
Haven.
Oh crap.